So, colleagues, welcome to the EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum. My name is Peter Arlott, and together with Nikolai Brun, we'll be guiding you through this morning's forum. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Emma Cook, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, for some opening remarks. Emma.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be here to open this EU Big Data Stakeholder Implementation Forum. As Peter said, this is very much something that we have been looking forward to organizing. We haven't been able to do it because of the lockdown in various countries, so we're now doing it as a virtual event, and we're delighted that so many people have been able to join. Let me start by saying that data is the present and big data is the future. So what do we want to do in today's meeting? Today's event is important because it allows us, the medicines regulators, to engage with a wide range of stakeholders on the important topic of big data. So what we want to do today is to inform on the implementation of the HMA Big Data Task Force priority recommendations, but we also want to understand stakeholders' perspectives and priorities, and of course discuss how stakeholders can collaborate more, so what opportunities there are for increased stakeholder collaboration. We're all keenly aware that the pace of change in technology, in data science and healthcare is unprecedented. This change brings enormous opportunities to improve the health of European citizens through innovation, better regulation, and learning from healthcare data. There is now a unanimous realization that the time has come to realize the potential of healthcare data. From a political to a technical level, there is support for this initiative. Let me just start with the European Commission's digital and data strategies. These were adopted in early 2020. You'll hear more about this from our next speaker, but they set out a very bold ambition for health data, including the creation of a European health data space. And EMA is firmly committed to support the Commission in implementing this ambition. And at technical level, the European Heads of Medicines Agencies, the HMA, as well as EMA's Management Board, have unanimously adopted the Big Data Task Force recommendations to deliver data-driven medicines regulation. The same recommendations are included in the EMA Regulatory Science Strategy, and they are central to the Medicines Network Strategy to 2025. So it's clear, we have a clear mandate. We have a mandate for change towards data-driven medicines regulation. And we need to ensure that medicines regulation is fit for the decades to come to continue to deliver for the patients of Europe. So our vision for data-driven medicines regulation foresees that we innovate to turn data into decisions on medicines that can create a healthier world. So how can this vision be delivered? First and foremost, we will deliver through collaboration, leveraging the best each stakeholder can bring, and through celebrating excellence. We need to continue to ensure that medicines regulation is underpinned by expertise. Expertise will not only come from our regulatory agency staff, but also through expert advice leveraged from academia. We need to catalogue and understand the healthcare data that we have in Europe. These data are a fantastic resource, but we need to understand their strengths and weaknesses and ensure that they can be accessed and analysed for the benefits of public health. We need to be able to analyse individual patient data, both from real-world sources and also from clinical trials. And we need to build the capability, both human and technological, to achieve this goal. Effective analysis is a core pillar for the realisation of this vision. Of course, all of our work with healthcare data needs to be governed by a strong ethical framework and full compliance with data protection legislation. And we need a European Union network to access and analyse healthcare data. This network we're calling Darwin EU. Could you move back to the previous slide, please? I think we're one ahead. So what is Darwin EU? Well, Darwin EU is the principal recommendation of the data pillar of the EU network strategy to 2025. Darwin stands for Data Analytics and Real-World Interrogation Network. It's based on the central premise of establishing a secure, distributed network of real-world data to enable federated access and analysis. This network will support the development, authorization, and market monitoring of medicines. I believe strongly that establishing Darwin EU will bring major benefits for European patients. Some of the benefits it will bring will enable the regulators to support the pharmaceutical industry in the development of medicines. It will help us to contextualize marketing authorization applications with evidence from the real world, and it will allow us to improve the performance of medicine safety and effectiveness by monitoring the products once they're on the market. In addition, Darwin EU will provide an invaluable resource to prepare for and respond to future health crises and pandemics. But the potential benefits go beyond medicines regulation. I see clear benefits for HTA bodies, for payers, and for healthcare systems if we pull together and deliver Darwin EU. The European Commission President has spoken of delivering a European health data space. Darwin EU will help us to deliver better medicines for EU patients. It's a concrete European health data space deliverable with tangible benefits for European citizens, which will be visible during the course of the current European Commission. So finally, let me move to my conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to be able to speak at this first Big Data Stakeholder Forum. It's only through dialogue and collaboration that we can deliver this vision for data-driven medicines regulation and better medicines for EU patients. A world where we innovate to turn data into decisions on medicines that create a healthier world. I wish you a very successful debate and discussions during this important forum, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Emma, for these insights. Really appreciated them. And as you said, data is the present, big data is the future. And we are going to hear much more about that later on in today's exciting program. I will now hand over to the head of Unit B3 DG Santé at the European Commission, Joanna Gligo. And do we have Joanna on the line?
Yes, I am on the line. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have some slides which basically complement what has been said concerning the proposal of the European Commission on the European health data space. The Commission is indeed working on the setting up of the European health data space, which is one of the priorities in the Commission work program for 2021, and also in the work of Commissioner Kyriakides and President van der Leyen. If we go to the next slide, please.
Moving to the next slide, please.
Yes. So what I wanted to explain is that the purpose of the European health data space is to support the use of data for better healthcare, for better policy making, and better research and innovation. And why am I making this distinction? Because we are speaking about the data which is collected for the primary use for the provision of the healthcare, but can also be reused for other purposes, like for the policy making or for the research and innovation. And we are aiming to set up, to work on this on 4 main pillars. On the legislative proposal, which is supposed to be put forward in 2021. The Inception Impact Assessment will be published in the upcoming future. And this legislative proposal will have several elements concerning governance and rules, interoperability, infrastructure, etc., both for the primary and the secondary use of health data. And I will come back to this a little bit later. But also the digital health services and removal of the barriers for the provision of digital health services, including cross-border. and the regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, including the use of artificial intelligence, the testing and training of the training and testing actually of the AI algorithms, but also the AI liability. The second field of work is related to data, and a lot of work has been done by the Commission and the Member States on the electronic health record exchange format. But I know, for instance, that the data quality, especially for the use of research and policy making, it's something where EMA and the heads of medicine agencies and your stakeholders have been working a lot, and I hope that all this input will be able to feed into the European health data space. The third pillar is related to the infrastructure, to the digital infrastructure, and again there we are basically orienting ourselves concerning the use of data. So we have the exchange of patient summary and e-prescription with the idea of enlarging this to other types of information, images, lab results, and discharge letters, allowing the patients that when they travel abroad, they can share the data with the healthcare professionals. Other infrastructure allow for the discussion of the cases of rare disease patients, etc. And last but not least, a European health data space infrastructure, which aims at supporting the cross-border access to health data. This is something that we are aiming to set up, also using the funds from the EU for Health, and in collaboration also with the member states and with other funds coming from Recovery and Resilience Facility or European Regional Development Fund. And for this, we are aiming to have a pilot project in 2021, which would involve EMA, ECDC, and several authorities dealing with secondary use of health data in the member states. So I was speaking at the beginning about 4 pillars. The last but not least is the capacity building and skills. And here a lot of work is being carried out by the joint action on of the eHealth network and joint action on European health data space. There are several trainings of public administrations, and this should continue. And I know, for instance, that the heads of medicine agencies are working in this area, and this is very welcome, because without a strong capacity at national level, the European health data space cannot be set up. If we go to the next slide. Thank you. The Commission has adopted recently the Data Governance Act that many of you may have seen already on the 25th of November. So the Data Governance Act and the European health data space are basically 2 faces of the same coin. The Data Governance Act set up the general rules for all the sectors. And the European health data space legislation, which is supposed to come up next year, will be a lex specialis setting up the health-specific rules. Among other things, I think these are the most relevant. The Data Governance Act sets up a single information point whereby the requester, the researchers, can go at national level for any sector and be redirected to the data holders, or this is a big novelty, a body with support functions at national level. For the time being, such bodies exist, especially if not exclusively in the health areas. And you have most likely heard of and work with FinData, French Data Hub, the Danish authority, the German research centers, which is being set up, etc. Another element is the data altruism organizations, which are managing the data based on the consent of the patient. It will be a kind of a labeling of the data altruism organizations, which have to comply with certain rules. And basically, I will go afterwards to the European health data space. And the third level is the labeling, the notification and the monitoring of the providers of data sharing services, be it intermediating between business, being between citizens and business, etc. And last but not least, the European Data Innovation Board, which is supposed to support the exchange of data cross-sector. So within the sector, it's the sectoral bodies which are going to decide the rules. Cross-sector is this data innovation board which brings together authorities from the member states. So I was speaking at the beginning about the complementarity. So European health data space regulation will be health specific. In the context of a single information point and support body, we are looking at the possibility of mandating the data permit authorities and the support functions with the aim of securing a trusted infrastructure and securing a secure access to the data. And many of you know that basically those data permit authorities, which exist already in several member states, they intermediate between the researchers and the data holders, and put at the disposal of the researcher data pseudonymized or anonymized in a secure space. So basically the security of the data processing is extremely high. And also the trust in these bodies is quite high. They are basically based on a national law. We hope that we will manage to set up through a European law based on the Article 92I and 92J of the GDPR. Then mirroring the bodies for data sharing services, we are looking into the possibility of sectoral bodies in the health area, which could support the authorization or the labeling of these providers. While the general rules are rather general, in the health sector, it's very important to ensure interoperability, to make sure that the new providers are respecting the rules on and the standards, the specifications, for instance, for exchange of data between electronic health records. On the data altruism side, as you know already from the German example, for instance, the research center under BfArM is also supporting the data altruism or data solidarity based on the consent of the patient. So this could be done under the European health data space. This is something that we are, of course, working in the context of the better regulation, but this is one of the ideas, either by the bodies, the general bodies dealing with the access to data, or there could one could have sectoral bodies which would be the counterparts of the overall bodies dealing with data altruism under the Data Governance Act, with specific elements for the health sector, ethical aspects, etc., etc. And on the governance side, you all know about the e-health network. It is clear that one has to come up with a stronger coordination body or committee or network, etc., at EU level for the secondary use of health data. If you go to the next slide. So here you have a slide. I will not enter into a lot of details, which allows for the sharing of personal data of patients when they travel abroad through national contact points, which allow basically the channeling of the request between the healthcare providers, aggregating the patient's data from the national infrastructure, the patient summary, for instance, and sharing it with the healthcare providers in country B, we call it. So a patient travels from country A to country B, and his or her data can be exchanged between the two countries through these national contact points. And why do I underline this? Because this is very important for a federated infrastructure, which allows basically to have a whole infrastructure at a national level and allow for the connection at the European level. And if you go to the next level, this is something that we are analyzing in the context of the European health data space infrastructure for the secondary use of health data, where one could set up nodes. These nodes are basically entry points or trust anchors for the European health data space, and they can be established at national or even transnational stakeholders. For instance, they could be a data permit authority, they could be a research infrastructure, they could be EMA, ECDC, they could be other trust anchors It depends quite a lot on the specificities. The commonality is that all of them have to respect certain rules, which are basically relevant for this area. Our experience so far is that on the exchange of patient summary and e-prescription, the general rules were set out in the Directive 2011-24 and the specificities in the implementing acts. We are looking also at this possibility in the context of the future legislation. Of course, everything is under the better regulation process. We are now doing an impact assessment. We are consulting the stakeholders. But your thoughts and your reactions would be very interesting to better understand also the needs. So. As you can see also here, these nodes are essential for making the link between data holders and data consumers or data users. And if we go to the next slide, for next year, we are aiming to test this idea of such an infrastructure with EMA and ECDC as a use case, and we are trying to connect them with national authorities which are dealing with the secondary use of health data. We hope that there will be a lot of things that we can learn from this infrastructure, and we hope that basically this would be the embryo for Darwin, for allowing basically the EMA to access the data it needs for its regulatory work. What is very important is basically to ensure an integrated approach and to avoid competing models and competing infrastructure, and we hope that the European health data space infrastructure will allow the EMA to carry out its work. In the current modification of the EMA regulation, it has been foreseen that EMA can have access to the real world data for its regulatory purposes. And in the European health data space legislation, we are aiming at further specifying the possibilities for access to such health data. So thank you very much. I think that was my presentation so far. Sorry if I was too long.
Thank you very much, Joanna, and thank you for these insights. I very much appreciate also building the link between the Commission's vision and the vision between the EMA and the national competent authorities. And for the latter, we have no better speaker than the head of the HMA Management Group, the Director General of the Danish Medicines Agency, Thomas Senderovitz, and I'll pass the baton to you, Thomas. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai, and good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for this quite exciting meeting, I have to say. And although it's been delayed due to obvious reasons, I think these obvious reasons, which is the COVID-19 pandemic, underlines the necessity for regulators to work in a different way. We have for quite some time been talking about big data. I think then following the discussion around big data, which led to the initiation of the task force, which now has turned into a steering committee, a steering group, which has come with all these recommendations, the extraordinary interesting work by the Commission on the European health data space. And don't worry, I have no slides, so you're not missing out on any slides. I think we're moving from big data to a real important digital transformation, not just by society. The digitalization of the European Union is one of the key priorities of the Union and of the committee. It's for sure one of the key strategic goals of the regulatory network. But it's for sure also something which happens in all the stakeholders presently participating in this meeting here. I think there is hardly any company, be it pharma company, biotech company, patient organization, who isn't thinking about a digital transformation. What is digital transformation? Well, think about it. When I say hotels, you may say Airbnb. When you say taxi, you may think about an Uber. This is how the digital age is transforming the way we perform our interactions, the way we work. So on top of big data and on top of analytics, I think digital transformation is going to be something we all have to relate to. We can talk about analytical transformation. And now I come back to the pandemic. Every country, and at an aggregated level, the European Union and the committee, and agencies across Europe, ECDC, EMA, and so forth, have been working with gathering vast amount of data so that we can track and monitor the pandemic, so that we can track and monitor the need of medicines at the intensive care units. And locally in countries, many of us have been working on big data analytics on, is it a problem to take ACE inhibitors when you have COVID-19, and other urgent and imminent questions. And now, in the middle of this vaccine revolution, we are seeing almost real-time assessment of data and almost real-time evaluation of data, and everyone is waiting. This underpins the absolute importance, the key importance of being able to work with your hands in the data soup, so to say. There is no doubt, not a single doubt, that if we want to improve and grow and transform ourselves as a regulatory system in Europe, we absolutely have to work together with joint European data sets, with abilities both at EMA level and at national competent authority level on analyzing data, both data during clinical development, looking at biomarkers, imaging data, genomics, clinical data, and once the medicines reach the market and the post-approval scene in the real world, looking at these real-world data, which almost by the hour are expanding exponentially. This is by no means a simple task, and the recommendations of the Big Data Task Force illustrates the complexity. However, there is no excuse of not rolling up the sleeves and get started with this. And the Darwin network is the absolute fundamental is the absolute fundament for getting ourselves into that area, which leads to my last word, the regulatory transformation. I am convinced, and we are convinced in the HMA, that we are in the years to come going to see a transformation on how we work as regulators. And at the end of the day, this is about public health. It's about getting the right medicines and medical devices, because we have to also understand how technologies are converging. MedTech, general science, treatments, and also diseases are evolving rapidly. And so we talk about a digital transformation, analytical transformation, and finally, a regulatory transformation. So I think we're all fully aware that in order for the European regulatory network, of which we in Denmark and all other European NCAs are a part, together with EMA and with the Commission, we simply have to get going. So with these words, I'm really pleased to see that we have come so far. When we set forth the Big Data Task Force in 2017, actually was a bit of a leap of faith. At that point in time, not everyone really thought it was important to actually look at big data. I think today the question is not, is it important? The question is, let's get going, and when can we be ready? And the pandemic has underpinned the importance of moving fast and real time. We remain one slightly boring or irritating topic, but nevertheless a fundamental topic, which is funding. So I hope we will also get a chance to think about how we actually can get this transformation funded. Transformations do not come of nothing. And so one of the key starting points is, how do we get Darwin funded, not just with money, but with resources, competences, skills, and real system infrastructure. However, much more clever people than myself can definitely answer that and get that going. So with no further ado, because I want us to get back on time, I leave it to this audience here to have a very inspiring and very important interaction over the next many hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for these insights on behalf of the network here in Europe. Very much appreciated. And as you said, this pandemic has certainly shown us the strength of data in addressing the needs of the Union in this pandemic. Thank you so much. Before turning over to my co-chair, Peter Arlett, who is going to present in session 1, Paolo, I think we have some Slido questions.
Hello, Nikolai. Yes, we would like to ask some feedback from all the attendees of this forum. And we have the first question for today. So if these questions are needed to be replied using Slido, as Peter was mentioning at the beginning, is of course on a voluntary basis, and we are going to collect the information in an anonymous way. And if you can click on slido.com, insert the code that you see after the hashtag, or scan the barcode there and reply to the question, from which country are you joining the forum today?
And we see results ticking in already. I guess the size of the letters indicates the strength of the response.
Yes, the biggest is the country. The biggest is the number of participants from that country.
So we have a lot of very active people in Belgium, keenly followed by Netherlands and our good colleagues in the UK. Germany, Switzerland joining us, Spain, looking very good. We certainly see a lot of people joining us from all over Europe. Poland, Norway, Slovenia, Portugal, Italy, Denmark. We have Israel joining us. This is perfect. Paolo, do we have a second Slido question?
Yes, we have a second Slido question, and I cannot see that at the moment. Yes, now we have the second question, and the question is, how aware are you of the Big Data Steering Group work plan and the priority recommendation for Big Data?
And 53%
From 1 to
5.
5.
They are 5, which I assume is very aware.
Very aware, yes.
Brilliant.
And it's quite encouraging.
Love the tool. Thank you so much, Paolo. And we'll get back to you again after Peter. But now it is my great pleasure to introduce session 1, which is dealing with implementation of the HMA EMA Big Data Task Force priority recommendations. And to take us through these recommendations is my co-chair of the steering group, Peter Arlett from the EMA. Peter, over to you.
Thanks very much, Nikolai. And it's a privilege to be able to present the work of the Big Data Task Force and of the steering group, which Nikolai, you co-chaired both of them. So I'm your spokesman today and spokesman on behalf of the work of very, very many people. So thank you very much indeed. If we go to the next slide. So just linking back to Emma Cook's presentation, but also Joanna Gligor and Thomas Sanderovitz, the time is now, and we have a very strong mandate for change and consensus around a vision to innovate, to turn data into decisions on medicines that create a healthier world. Go to the next slide, please. It seems appropriate with many member states in Europe going into fuller lockdowns in December, with increasing infection rates, with people suffering and dying around Europe, just to put our work into the context of the overwhelming public health crisis and challenge that we have ahead of us. So in March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic was announced. And what are our priorities now? Well, it's maintaining core business as medicines regulators, and above all other things, rapid and robust opinions on COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics is our number one priority. But what we are trying to do, and today is all about, is preparing for a post-COVID world, a post-COVID transformation, and that includes data-driven regulation. Go to the next slide. So what about the journey we have taken as a European regulatory network from task force to implementation? So in January 2020 was the publication, following adoption by the EMA Management Board and the HMA, of the recommendations to unlock the potential of big data for public health in the EU. So the final report of the Big Data Task Force. That prioritized 10 areas, but actually had far more recommendations, if you look at the full report, which summarize the distillation and conclusions of experts from around the European regulatory network on big data. By May 2020, we had established a big data steering group and had its first meeting. In September 2020, we published the work plan of the Big Data Steering Group, which essentially is a work plan for implementation of the recommendations. And here we are today, having our first Big Data Stakeholder Forum to engage with stakeholders, to hear your priorities, and to discuss how we can better engage and collaborate in 2021. Next slide, please. This is the top 10 recommendations, and I'm going to go through these in subsequent slides. And go to the next slide. This is a screenshot of the work plan. It's in graphical form, and each of the rows relates and is anchored in one of the recommendations from that final report. And then you'll see in the bottom row, we have a set of actions relating to veterinary medicines, and I'll come on to that a little bit later. But the key message of this slide is that here we are in December, 4 months after publication, and we are all on track with the milestones and deliverables, despite the challenges of meeting our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Go to the next slide, please. Ho, that must be a Christmas influence. Ho, 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 will the future look? Just a few visions, if you like. In the future, Darwin EU network will be part of the EU health data space and will support better decision-making. Real-world evidence will be, its place in decision-making will be established as a complement to clinical trials. Data will be discoverable and will be of known quality and representativeness. EMA and the EU network will have knowledge and experience in data science, methods and analytics. A learnings initiative will be in place, which will allow us to continue to learn over time from the applications, including big data that come into the agencies. A suite of EU and international guidelines and standards will be available in the data space, and full compliance with data protection and ethics will continue. And finally, we will be collaborating intensively with our stakeholders. That will be key to building this new world. Next slide, please. Let's now take a walk through these 10 recommendations plus VET. Let's start with Darwin EU, and this was mentioned by Emma Cook in her opening remarks. It is the headline of the recommendations and has got a very prominent place in the Network Strategy to 2025. So why is there an issue? Current EU access to healthcare data is limited, and we have complex and slow analysis at a European level. The recommendation is to establish a network of data, expertise and services to better support decision-making by EMA and NCA scientific committees, and this is the Data Analysis and Real-World Interrogation Network, or Darwin EU. The benefits are to support the development, authorization and supervision of medicines. Let's go to the next slide. So let's have a bit of a deep dive into Darwin EU. The vision is to establish a network of data, expertise and services to better support decision-making by the committees on the benefits and risks of products via rapid access and analysis and increased reliability, validity and representativeness of EU health data. Let's go to the next slide. The graphic on the right highlights the concept of a network with a Darwin EU coordinating centre in the middle. And you can see EMA, data permit authorities set up under the European health data space, as well as national competent authorities as parts of that solar system, if you like. So Darwin EU will be a distributed data access for fast analysis. It'll be a federated network where data stay local, exchanges of anonymous data, and queries will be remote. There will be a hybrid approach. So use of a common data model for fast analyses, use for different use cases, perhaps of a common protocol approach, as well as rapid analytics software for simple analyses. A third-party coordination center will take care of data management, data quality activities, and actually run and lead study analysis. And we will leverage the EU Health Data Space Initiative and fully integrate the Darwin Network into the EC Digital Strategy and the European Health Data Space. Let's go to the next slide, please. Let's just elaborate a little bit on the idea of the European Health Data Space. So very much building on Joanna Gligor's presentation and recognizing the critical importance of this major political, legislative and policy-making priority of the European Commission. So the idea is that Darwin EU would act as a pathfinder initiative within the European health data space. So the early years, the early evolution of Darwin up to about 2023 would be about a coalition of existing data sets with federated access for data analysis. But beyond 2023, Darwin would further evolve and become a node in the European health data space and linked to data permit authorities, therefore giving it much wider and deeper access to healthcare data from across the EU. So the full realization of the vision and the potential for decision-making through Darwin EU is fully realized only with the delivery of the European health data space. Next slide, please. How might this work in practical terms? Well, this slide represents a schematic process which might start with either an EMA committee, it could be the CHMP or the PRAC, or a national committee, perhaps on drug safety. And within those committees, a question arises which could impact on a committee's opinion. So to authorize a product, to restrict the use of a product, for example. And EMA or the National Competent Authority would then evaluate the relevance and feasibility of real-world data to answer that question from the committee and would define the research question. That question would be passed on to the coordinating centre, which would create a protocol and programming code, would contact relevant database holders, and then manage specific study governance. The data holders would receive and run the code on their own data sets, aggregate the data and results and send them back to the coordinating centre, which would receive, check and aggregate the data and compile the results into a study report. That study report would then be shared with the committees at EMA or NCA, and the EMA or NCA would support the committee's integration and assessment, therefore supporting a better decision for European patients. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this slide is trying to represent the life cycle of a medicinal product through drug development authorization and on-market surveillance. And it is to give the use cases for use of a real-world evidence network. And I won't go into the details of each committee, but let's just give a few headlines. So for the Committee on Orphan Medicinal Products, we could use the Darwin Network to look at the prevalence of disease and therefore support decisions on orphan designation. At the Scientific Advice Working Party, we could use the Darwin Network to support our evaluation of what real-world evidence could be used to support development of a medicine. At the Paediatric Committee, we could look at unmet medical needs in children, current therapies being used for a particular disease to help support the development of paediatric investigation plans. At the time of authorization at the CHMP, we might use the Darwin Network to provide data to contextualize clinical trial results. For example, use in special populations. Is this medicine likely to be used in the elderly and frail, for example? And then in the post-authorization phase, real-world evidence will be used to look at the safety and effectiveness of products. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is complex, and I don't propose to read through it, but I think the key area, and it summarizes the benefits from Darwin in the medium and long term. The one area I would like just to focus on is the bottom right of the slide. As well as the core benefits in terms of medicines regulation, faster authorization of products, optimized safe and effective use on the market, we believe there are additional benefits as EU stakeholders start to participate with the further evolution of the Darwin EU network. So I've already mentioned the delivery on the European health data space. For national governments, we can support health policy and delivery of healthcare. For HTA bodies and payers, we can support decisions on cost effectiveness. And for other health agencies, for example, the ECDC, we can support health crisis preparation and response, as well as supporting international collaboration. Let's go to the next slide. So what's the status on Darwin EU? What have we achieved in 2020? The project has been initiated. Funding has been identified, including revision of the EMA fees regulation. Preliminary delivery model has been established, and we are supporting the Commission to plan a pilot with the EU health data space. Looking forward to 2021, We will be developing network skills and processes relevant to Darwin EU. We will initiate coordinating centre service establishment. We will be working to establish governance, as well as the Darwin Network Coordination Group being established. So that will be an oversight group for Darwin. And we will start the pilot with the EU health data space. So now moving on to priority recommendation number 2. And for the remaining recommendations, I will move rather quicker. There's less detail. We wanted to take a little bit of time on Darwin because we know from the response to the survey that it's of very high interest to you. But in terms of data quality, there's limited information on quality of data sources and their representativeness. We need to identify appropriate real-world data sources. And the recommendation is to establish an EU framework for data quality and representativeness. This will allow us to recommend the best data source to generate evidence for marketing authorizations through scientific advice, to judge evidentiary value when results come in a marketing authorization application, and also will help member states know their data sources. Next slide, please. The data quality framework steps will start with a comprehensive review of existing data quality framework initiatives. We will have a stakeholder engagement and interviews of different stakeholder groups and consultations, as well as a workshop is planned for 2021. So watch out for those consultations and that workshop. And we would aim to have a draft data quality framework available in 2022. Next slide, please. So in terms of status, project is initiated and we have defined the scope for a data quality framework. In terms of looking forward to 2021, workshop and consultation on the data quality framework, and we also foresee a review of the process of scientific advice qualification. Next slide, please. Priority recommendation number 3, data discoverability. There's a lack of knowledge of the data in the member states and a lack of knowledge on the characteristics and representativeness of such data. And so the recommendation is to enable data discoverability via agreeing key metadata that describe data sources, and then to put those metadata into a resources database or a catalogue of real-world evidence, as well as to promote FAIR principles. And we believe this will help stakeholders have a comprehensive knowledge of the different data sources available. Go to the next slide. What do we mean by metadata? These are descriptive data that characterize other data to create a clearer understanding of their meaning and to achieve greater reliability and quality of information. Go to the next slide. So in terms of external studies to deliver on this discoverability issue, we have just launched a 1-year study with an external consortium, and that consortium will define metadata, will define criteria to include a data source in the EU resources database, and will conduct a proof of concept for the collection of metadata. We will then early next year be launching an overlapping in terms of timescale 4-year study, which will then have the mandate of identifying all relevant European data sources and then collection of metadata from those eligible data sources. Next slide, please. So what's the status? We've initiated this project on data discoverability, and we have defined the scope for metadata study and collection proof of concept. And in 2021, we will initiate the project to develop an EU resources database. We will complete our external study on metadata. We will hold a stakeholder workshop on metadata, and we will draft a good practice guide on the recommendations for the use of these metadata. Next slide, please. Recommendation 4 is on EU network skills, and I'll go very quickly here, but the issue identified by the Big Data Task Force was a lack of skills in some key areas, including stats, EPI, data science, omics, and advanced analytics. And the recommendation is to develop a training curricula in big data so that the EU network has assessors who have knowledge and experience to advise on big data sources, conduct analyses in-house, and support assessment of MA applications. Next slide, please. Where are we? Well, we've launched a big data training signpost document. We have an adopted epidemiology and biostats curricula, and we have a draft data science and data science curriculum, and we are starting to plan for a training academy in data science within the European regulatory network. In 2021, we can look forward to the training curricula being made public, and we would hope that at least one module will be delivered per curricula. Next slide, please. Priority recommendation number 5, and Nicola, I'm very aware that we're running slightly behind time. so I'm going super fast, is about regulatory processes. So this is, the why is that we have limited experience of scientific advice and MA applications that include big data. And we don't systematically track the applications that do come in to learn from them. So the key recommendation here is to learn from the applications that come in. And this would then form the foundation for guidance for industry. Next slide, please. So there's a couple of pieces of work relevant here. Firstly, PRAC is conducting a real-world evidence pilot, and that is ongoing. Go to the next slide. CHMP is conducting a review of real-world evidence in marketing authorization applications in 2018 and 2019, and that is ongoing. Next slide, please. And then the proposal is that we will set up a prospective learnings initiative. This was one of the key recommendations in public consultation during the Big Data Task Force time. And the prospective learnings initiative will be informed by the retrospective study. We will have a stakeholder workshop to plan it in 2021, and it will ensure that we capture and learn from relevant applications to EU regulators. Next slide, please. So on the process recommendation of the Big Data Task Force, PRAC real-world evidence pilot is initiated, CHMP review is initiated, and in 2021 we will publish learnings from the real-world evidence review, and we will also have a workshop on a prospective learnings initiative. Next slide, please. Recommendation 6 is on technology and raw data. Currently, the EU network has limited IT capacity and staff experience to manage and analyse raw data, both from clinical trials and from real-world data. And the recommendation here is to build EU network capability to analyse data, both basically through pilots. And the benefits are that regulators can receive and analyse raw data to validate claims made by the industry, test AI algorithms, and investigate major health issues. And it will enable better committee decision-making. Next slide, please. A pre-pilot has started on patient-level data from clinical trials based on a marketing authorization application that came in October. Go to the next slide. And the status overall is that the rapid analytics software has been selected to support real-world evidence analysis at EMA committees, and this pre-pilot has started for individual patient data from clinical trials. And looking forward to 2021, we will hold an artificial intelligence workshop with stakeholders. We will hopefully learn from the pre-pilot on individual patient data and make it into a pilot. And we will also have discussions within the network on national centres of excellence. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 7 is on expert advice. Current methods advice within the European regulatory network is fragmented or absent, and particularly there's no expert fora for real-world evidence, as well as advanced analytics or proteomics and metabolomics. And so the recommendation is to modernise the delivery of expert advice and build on the existing working parties to establish a methodologies working party, and also to strengthen the pharmacogenomics working party to deliver an omics working party, which would then incorporate proteomics and metabolomics. And what this will bring is network expertise gaps will be filled, and the efficiency of product advice would be increased. Let's move to the next slide. So the review of the working parties' methodologies domain has been initiated, and in fact is going to be an important discussion at the EMA Management Board on Wednesday and Thursday this week. And looking forward to 2021, we will deliver real-world evidence and advanced analytic expert advice within the European Regulatory Network. Next slide, please. And we're nearly finished, colleagues. Just a couple more to go. Number 8 is data governance. Data protection is critical for secondary use of healthcare data, and ethical issues should be discussed and addressed. So the recommendation is to ensure that data are managed and analysed within a secure and ethical governance framework, to deliver with different projects on data protection at European level, to engage with patients and healthcare professionals on data governance, and to deliver a Q&A on secondary use of healthcare data and data protection. And the benefits is that by providing clarity on data security and ethics, we will enable safe and effective use of such data. Next slide, please. So we've held dedicated workshops already this year on data protection aspects, and we have initiated a data protection Q&A. And looking forward to 2021, probably the highlight would be to say that we will finalise and publish that Q&A on the secondary use of healthcare data and data protection. Next slide, please. Priority recommendation number 9 is on international collaboration. The why is that there's an awful lot going on around the world on real-world evidence and big data. The recommendation is to engage with international initiatives, as well as to develop a data standardization roadmap. And the benefits are that we can learn and leverage the work of others and avoid duplication of effort and converge and even harmonize where possible. Next slide, please. Where are we? Well, we've established a so-called cluster with the FDA and Health Canada on real-world evidence, and we're working on a roadmap for collaboration with them. And in 2021, we will hold a workshop on international real-world evidence collaboration, possibly under the auspices of ICMRA, and we will also initiate, and in fact, we're just about to launch a data standardization study, which would then deliver a report on data standardization with recommendations to take forward. Next slide. So priority recommendation number 10, EU stakeholders. The recommendation is to engage, to leverage and to learn. And here we are today on the 15th of December doing just that. We will hold this workshop today, but we would intend to hold at least one workshop in 2021 to bring multiple stakeholders together. Next slide, please. Finally, the 10 recommendations of 10 priority recommendations of the Big Data Task Force morphed into 11 with the establishment of the Big Data Steering Group, where we realized that we needed to have dedicated discussions on applicability and data use in the veterinary domain. And I think the things to highlight is that we have only last Friday within the Big Data Steering Group had really interesting and insightful discussions on veterinary use of data, including big data. And we will hold a veterinary stakeholder data workshop in 2021. So something to mark your diaries and look out for. Next slide, please. Here's the conclusion. Good progress on implementation of the big data recommendations in 2020, and we have advanced plans for 2021. Big Data Steering Group work plan can be delivered while fully supporting COVID-19 pandemic response. Implementation will require strong engagement with stakeholders, and 2021 will see multiple consultations and workshops. And I finish with a quote from the final report of the Big Data Task Force. By delivering the vision of a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize the safe and effective use of medicines on the market. Thank you very much indeed, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I really think this vision from the Big Data Task Force is so pertinent in a user-driven need for what needs to be put in place in order to make this happen. Before, I think we've almost caught up on time, before we actually turn over to session 2, which is what this whole day is all about, which is hearing the stakeholders' priorities. I think maybe, Paolo, we have a Slido question.
Yes, we have the next Slido question for the audience, and you need to use the code forum2. And the question is, how aware are you of the Big Data Steering Group work plan and the priority recommendation now that you have heard the presentation from Peter?
Oh, there's a slight twist to this one, actually. Ooh. Yeah, it was actually 53 last time. So people are as aware. You have, no. They're dripping in. They're dripping in. We're at the 60% mark. I think you've increased awareness. I think that is very good, Peter. Thank you very much for that. With that, we will actually conclude session 1. There is ample time for Q&A after this. But I think I will hand over to you, Peter, to chair us through session 2, which will last an hour, and then we have a break at 11 o'clock. So we have the first stakeholder session coming up now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nikolai. It's a great pleasure to chair session 2. Can I remind everyone that we're not going to have discussion after each presentation, and we have a number of different stakeholders presenting, and we're going to keep people to a strict 10 minutes maximum. And you will see on the screen that we will show a clock to help people keep to time, which will go red once people go over 10 minutes. And I'm going to be a brutal chair. And so if people do go over, I will, maybe give you 60 seconds maximum to then wrap up. Can I also remind you to use the chat box because it's quite nice sometimes if you're having your debates and your discussions amongst yourselves in the chat box. It's a nice way of interacting. And with that, I just remind you of the objectives of session 2. That is to hear the priorities, the opportunities and risks, and potentially areas for collaboration from different stakeholders. And we're going to start by hearing from François Domègue, who's a senior data scientist at the European Medicines Agency, and he provides not only project management support to the Darwin EU project, but also scientific support to the Big Data Steering Group. François has aggregated the pre-meeting survey and is going to present you some headline results. Over to you, François.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, everyone. So I will present the feedback that we received ahead of the meeting, and thanks a lot for the input that we received. And I will go into the overall rating for each recommendation for each stakeholder group, and then move on with the opportunities and challenges that were reported to us for each stakeholder. So today, registered participant was 250, around 250 participants. We have a bit less looking at the WebEx screen today, but we have a good representation from pharmaceutical industry, data holders organizations, and subcommittee regulatory networks, and also academia research organization. If we move to the next, moving to the next slide, so we have received 50 responses from all of you. With the main responses from industries, doctors, research organization, and we have patient and academia. And just to note that this includes a combined feedback, so we should just refrain from too much statistical interpretation of this result, and this is more for information. So looking at the overall priorities for the recommendation for all the stakeholders, we can see clearly that Darwin, data quality, and ethics and security came in the top 3 of the recommendation. And I would say this is in line with what we are doing now to build some solid foundation, a solid network of data and expertise with Darwin, to build good quality data, to have some good evidence generated, and to operate within a legal and ethical and secure framework. So this should give us the basis to continue to work and drive the big data transformation. Looking now at the feedback for each stakeholder group, so we'll start with pharmaceutical industry, and the top recommendation are Darwin, data quality, and ethics and security. And they see opportunities to improve registries with non-prescription medicines, to use real-world evidence to substantiate the benefits of older medicines, change their legal status, to reduce attrition rate and accelerate development by using advanced analytics AI, to set new targets of new indication, particularly for unmet medical needs, and to promote sharing of data and experience. In terms of challenges, we see concern with operating within a secure and ethical governance framework, integration with the big data approach into the current regulatory processes. That will be one of the success factor, and keeping up with international development, global organization, and agreement and adoption of data standards. Also, a plea to have to develop a platform and to make this accessible by all stakeholders, including pharmaceutical industry, and with all what we are doing, to not increase the hurdles in a way that will impact the feasibility of the work we are doing. So we will keep these opportunities and challenges in mind when working on the big data work plan. Looking at the feedback from doctors, so we see Darwin skills expert advice, ethics, and security coming in the top priorities. And we see an opportunities to develop network skills, to implement results into the clinical practice and bridge the gap, and involve experts and clinical pharmacologists into the work we are doing. For challenges, there's ethical consideration regarding the implementation of AI algorithms. And one important point is the sustainability of the data platform behind what project funding, so to allow for the continuous update of electronic health record. Looking at the feedback from research organizations, we have Darwin, ethics and security, and international initiatives in the top priorities. And they see opportunities for the harmonization of the big data framework and the setting up of guidelines for use and reuse of big data. Opportunities to demonstrate added value of health database, and also to promote the reuse of data for research purposes and the possibility to develop pharmacoepidemiology and drug safety methodology. For challenges, we have protection of personal data, building common data models, the risk to duplicate activities at EU and national level, and also, as we've seen in the COVID crisis, data quality is key to conduct proper research. For patients, the top priority, top recommendation are Darwin and process and transparency, and it's an opportunity to actually make a difference and not just words. So hopefully by this end of this forum, you will be convinced that you will see some tangible output next year, as soon as next year. And in terms of challenges, we have again some concern in terms of data protections, and also some linkage or characteristics to take into account when doing analysis when data are collected in different language format. For academia, the top recommendation are Darwin, data quality and process and transparency. And again, we see an opportunity to work on data from all over the world, and to promote the use of electronic health record and registries for interventional and non-interventional studies. For challenges, we have data security, and also the acceptability of the use of big data, and linkage of data together that needs to be considered. If we move to the next group, data partners, organizations, and sub-communities, data permit authorities, the top recommendation are data quality and process and transparency. And to see an opportunity to use the expertise and to build a network of experts to benefit from the expertise that these groups has working already on real-world data and big data. For challenges, the main one is quality that will underpin the results that will be retrieved from any analysis. For contract research organizations, the top recommendation are Darwin, data quality and ethics and security. And I will just highlight here the challenge of risking to build an inflexible data solution, which put off data partners and limit access for industry. For the EU regulatory network, we have the top recommendation as Darwin, data quality, discoverability, improve EU network skills, and analytics capability. And we see representativeness as both an opportunity and a challenge to enable uptake of electronic health records across member states, but also to consider these differences, or that analysis are mostly done in subgroup of member states, and this can differ when looking at the big picture. For a tech company, all the recommendations were high priority for them, so that's very good, because we need technologies to support the work we do. And again, in terms of challenges, this is the risk of limitation by local rules preventing the work that we are doing. For standards development organizations, the top recommendation are Darwin, Ethics and Security, and International. And of course, there's an opportunity to global harmonization, to use standards such as OMOP, HL7, and FEAR. And in terms of challenges, a warning: do not put too ambitious set of goals, increasing the risk of failure, but build a roadmap with incremental update, prioritizing the essential needs. Pharmacists, all priorities were ranked as medium, and no opportunity or challenges were provided. And to finish this presentation, in the last slide, there's initiatives that were shared to us by the participants to this survey, and they are here for you for reference and review. So that's it from me. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you, Francois. Clearly, colleagues, we've had high numbers from some stakeholder groups, relatively, or in fact, very small numbers from other stakeholder groups. And so, there's only so much you can interpret from a response from one representative of a stakeholder group. But we wanted to share them with you because we had done the survey, and in the sake of transparency, that we believe those numerical values, if you like, will complement the more narrative, qualitative feedback that we're about to hear from the different stakeholder groups. So, Francois, thank you for presenting that. Very much appreciated. So now we go to the first of our 10-minute presentations from different stakeholders. And I'm very pleased to introduce Marilina Vrana, who is Manager of Patients and Research at the European Heart Network, a member of EMA's Patients and Consumers Working Party, and also a member of the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group. Marilina is going to represent views from patients on big data. Over to you, Marilina.
Thank you, Peter, and hello, everyone. Pleased to be here and bring in the perspective from the patient side. So very briefly, the European Heart Network represents Foundation Patient Association in the field of cardiovascular disease, with a reach out to more than 2 million patients. In addition to our active engagement at the EMA, EHN is a partner at the Big Data at Heart Research Project, bringing in cardiovascular patients' input in all areas related to patients' involvement in data-intensive health research. An EHN-funded research published during this summer looked at the current benefits of digital innovations, including in big data, and its potential use to improve diagnosis, care, treatment, and healthcare management. Building on this, and as part of our involvement in the Big Data at Heart project, we kicked off in 2020 a series of more in-depth discussions with patients on how they view the growth of big data research, focusing in particular on opportunities and risks they see. Today I will share some of our learnings, including lessons learned from partner networks that relate to the EMA and HMA big data strategy. So, first and foremost, I would like to emphasize, to start by emphasizing that patients acknowledge the value and are very well aware of the potential of big data in health. They perceive that data share could lead to better patient care through improved diagnosis, new treatment options, and more efficient use of resources. They're generally open to share the data, and their motivation and willingness to do that relate their understanding of contributing to the common good, with the hope to enjoy the return of their personal data donation. Some of the priorities. A European-wide infrastructure that will pull together anonymized health data of good quality, either from patient electronic health records or patient registers or other trusted sources, would allow to capture efficacy and safety signals within healthcare systems and the deployment of reliable assessment of new therapies and devices. A key priority important for all the rest of the bullet points that we see here is the establishment of a structured collaboration between patients, healthcare professionals, researchers, regulators, and the industry in order to modernize the regulatory framework, ensure good clinical practice standards, transparency, high security standards, and importantly, reciprocity, so a feedback of how data are used and what are the processes that are being followed. There are many opportunities that arise from big data. Firstly, identifying people's real needs. Unmet need is very dominant in policy discussions, but the concept has no clear definition. Big data research coupled with good stakeholders collaboration will help identifying real needs of patients and what are the unmet needs per disease area where innovation could add value. Future clinical trials can be more targeted, increasing efficiency and cost effectiveness. Robust assessment of innovations will hopefully facilitate access to safe and effective new treatments that matters to patients. We can also ensure that monitoring will be improved. And finally, optimal use of knowledge and data will help identifying where, for example, a medication can provide added value to another disease area and conduct clinical trials on repurposing medicines. However, there are risks we need to take into account. To date, most innovations in healthcare are technology and industry-driven, primarily. We need to move towards a more patient impact agenda where research and the industry is more of an enabler of the clinical trial agenda. From a patient's point of view, the most significant risks of data sharing relate to potential breaches of confidentiality, commercial use, and potential abuse of the data. High concerns of confidentiality are linked to the risk of re-identification and potential adverse effects. Secondly, lack of understanding and awareness around the use of data is an important barrier to data sharing. If people do not know how, with whom, and for what purpose their data would be shared, the motivation of patients is usually much lower. This is a finding from a large pan-European survey that was conducted a couple of years ago. Thirdly, lack of transparency and data controllability are also factors compromising public trust in data sharing activities. Differences in digital literacy of patients and healthcare professionals may impact personal motivation and trust. And last but not least, we need to ensure that increased use of big data in health will not deepen existing inequalities in health. Finally, areas for collaboration. Co-creation is crucial. Big data research and innovation must be driven more by patients' and physicians' needs because they will play an important role in health decisions in the future. Patients cannot be a target group somewhere later in the process. Including them from very early on and throughout the whole process, policymakers, researchers, and developers will ensure relevance, value, efficacy, and trust to upcoming innovations. Today, policymakers, scientists, and the industry, be it technology or pharma industry, cannot simply assume that the patients or the wider public in general will support their endeavors in big data or artificial intelligence development. So besides compliance with the laws, social licensing is key. And for that, it's meant that whatever processes and tools to boost big data use in health we put in place, we need the acceptance, the approval, or even a perception of co-creation of research and development by the public. Those people who accept their data to be used for improvements in health, they expect reciprocity. So they really want to see the return of the investment back to society. They expect accountability and non-exploitation of their data. Data quality is also important. It was mentioned several times. We cannot just pull together any health data. We need data relevant to areas of health research or to the innovations in the future. And that will require good registries, same level of electronic health records, interoperability, good data standards, quality control mechanisms. All of these should be in place to foster reliability and trustworthiness in future innovations. It is important to ensure that digital health tools do not lead to increased inequalities, and improving digital literacy will make individuals feel more empowered to use innovations confidently, whether these innovations relate to patients or healthcare professionals in the future. So I'll stop here, not to take more time. Thank you very much, Peter, for giving me the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing the views of all other stakeholders.
Thanks very much indeed, Marilina, and thanks also for sticking to time. Very much appreciated. So we're hearing that patients acknowledge the value of big data. They're open to share their data if they're contributing to common good. Collaboration and reciprocity are key. Focus on unmet medical needs and having a patient-focused data use and the idea of co-creation, and obviously data security being very important. So thanks very much indeed, Marilina. Let's move now on to Yelena Malinina from the European European Consumers Organization. Marilina is manager of patients and research. Is a manager of digital health policy at the European Consumers Organization. Sorry about that, Yelena. It couldn't have been more clumsy if I tried. And particularly works on issues related to healthcare digitalization, personalized health data protection, security, artificial intelligence, and medical devices. And Yelena, you're going to be giving the consumer's view. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So I'm representing the European Consumer Organization. We represent national consumer organizations from 32 European countries. So I adapted my presentation to the priorities presented earlier by EMA and HMA network. And given the time constraints, I would like to speak about 3 of them and some other concepts from the big data debate ranging from these 2 topics. So one of them is data governance, Darwin / health data space system, and digital and health literacy. So we will start from data governance. It's a very, very important concept for us, not only in the context of the uses of big data in health, but overall, we're moving to the era where we use lots of data, and the data is both personal and non-personal. And then it's going to be combined with different algorithms and other technologies possibly, and all of this makes data protection a very complex task. Of course, we have the European Data Protection Bible, GDPR, but when it comes to GDPR, it's always worth remembering that GDPR only regulates personal data, but when it comes to non-personal data, it's not exactly the law which applies there. When it comes to any uses of big data, especially in healthcare sector, this combination of non-personal and personal makes it something unique and also something which potentially would need another law. What this law could be is, firstly, we need the legal framework establishing standards for data anonymization and pseudonymization, because, as you know, these encryption techniques are used for data protection, but they are done the way they are wanted to do. Basically, there are very few standards where these standards are not obligatory to follow. Quality and security standards for all information systems where health data is stored, processed, used. This is very important, and I also want to highlight a specific aspect of security, because this is often missed out. But data protection is not only about personal privacy, but also the protection against any kind of attacks. It's also important to ensure reliability in case something goes wrong, that consumers and patients do have the right to protection. Then specifically for Darwin, the real world data will be used expansively within the system, and what we are happy to hear that it's only will be used as a complementary source to clinical trials. And it's very important because for now it's a new concept, and we really want to highlight that it's important to understand the limitations and possibilities when it comes to this generated evidence and its reliability as well. Also, there is a need to ensure that the quality of data is good, because this data will be captured from the variety of sources, including social media, and there is a need for certain standards in that domain as well. And as well, we need to see how would it work together with clinical trials. So it's important to start small and then grow to a bigger scale. There was a concept of data donation, so data altruism coming up today already. And I want to highlight specifically that from the consumer perspective, and especially data protection perspective, we find this concept misleading because it leads us to the perception of data as we owe that data in the context of ownership rights and so on and so forth. And you might be aware of this constant debate, who is the owner of the data? And we strongly believe that no one, because it cannot be attributed, the proprietary rights cannot be attributed to data, because we can owe a car, we can owe the house, but we can't really owe our data and give our data rights to somebody else entirely. We can only speak about giving access to our data, and this is linked to the rights associated with persona. Needless to say that data is needed to advance research, and so we know more about the medicines we use, that we know more about treatments, care, and so on and so forth. Possible advantage from that. But if we speak about granting data access both from patients and consumers for research, or maybe even to some commercial entities, we also need to think about public benefit to the society of this data. For instance, if society contributes, or a special patient group or someone contributes with their data to the developing of specific medicine, this is also the resource, right? So we would like to see certain conditionalities being applied, for instance, which would be reflected then in the pricing of that medicine. If the society gave their data, their resource, they should get something back from this. We also want to see very strongly not data protection, but also protection from the misleading practices, which can be coming from the data, granting data access. It's not only the GDPR, but also if we speak about anonymized data, there should be some practices put in place which would put patients and consumers safely into this data sharing world. Last but not least, I want to highlight the importance of digital and health literacy. It's very important to ensure that when we speak about data sharing, then when we speak about creation of health data space, Darwin, any other initiatives, that simultaneously we need to grow our digital literacy. And I'm not only speaking about patients and consumers in that sense, but our all digital literacy as a society. Because we know very little about our digital rights, how to correctly give consent, how our consent should be taken, what is the value of our data, do we owe our data, who is responsible for that, what we can expect, what are the protection mechanisms. All of this is very important for people to trust data sharing channels and also grant access to their data. And we're not there yet because, as you can see on my slides, I picked some statistics and according to the European Commission, 44% of Europeans don't have necessary digital skills. And in the context of healthcare digitalization, we should not only speak about digital skills, but also health literacy. And according to the World Health Organization, 47% of Europeans have quite poor health literacy. So we cannot really speak about robots taking over our healthcare until we know basics ourselves. It's also important that this is the same process goes for researchers, for healthcare professionals, for anyone else dealing with data, and it's going to be all of us. And of course, it's important that both the European Union and member states put necessary resources into raising the digital skills, educating society about all of that. And this will increase trust and this will increase uptake. And also specifically, I want to highlight that this is very important for secondary health data users, because if more or less we are starting to understand, if for instance, the country introducing electronic health record, we know how to manage our records through the apps or platforms, but we know very, very little what happens if our data is going to feed health data space, national, regional, European, or it goes anywhere else. So that's it, what I wanted to highlight today's meetings. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you're very welcome to address them. Thank you.
Many thanks, Yelena. A very clear presentation and some interesting points coming out on data governance, and the need for rules on things like data anonymization, pseudo-anonymization, security standards for IT, liability, remembering that big data should complement more established data sources like clinical trials. I think that's a point very well taken. And the idea of data altruism being understood as to what we mean, and your concept on access rights rather than data ownership perhaps being the best way to approach this. And then you finished by emphasizing the critical importance of digital and health literacy. So thanks very much. Your messages are heard loud and clear. Thank you. Let's move on now to our next presentation. And this is going to represent the views of doctors. Ioana Agace is Professor of Allergy and Clinical Immunology at the Transylvania University in Romania. She works and is a past president of the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, and is also a member of the Big Data Steering Group. So, Ioana, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope that you still hear and see me well. Let's see with the slides. So yes, this is the current status of the publications in the big data field related to the health. And you can easily see that there are a lot of applications that are there. So there is a complex network that we need to, let's say, dissect a little bit in what we are developing in terms of handling big data. I deal with patients with asthma, and I lead an asthma clinic, and you can see that being dependent very much on the environment exposure, we are very much, let's say, pushed into this analysis of using the artificial intelligence and the machine learning approach into our daily practice. So I try to organize a little bit the presentation today, looking at the capabilities of big data for healthcare, looking at the current monitoring capabilities, looking at the second, the information about future outcomes, so what is the power of prediction and simulation, also looking at how we extract and categorize the knowledge, how we evaluate the performance of the big data technique, and very important for a clinician, the explainability of the outcomes that results from the big data. And also how we report, so how we assemble the information and provide it into the best informational format possible. For that, I consulted with my colleagues from different societies of different, let's say, medical profiles, and I will present you a little bit their thoughts on this capability, what could be the
opportunities and challenges and try to relate it a little bit to the priorities that were presented by Peter in the previous session. So first of all, looking at the monitoring capabilities, what are the opportunities perceived by the medical doctors here? First of all is the use of artificial intelligence in driving the clinical decision support systems. Second, we already have data collection available from a lot of registries, electronic record databases coming from laboratories, coming also from the primary care field, and also the possibility to develop the defined data variable list for disease-specific areas that is being pushed now in order to align with the registry information. And of course, we see as an opportunity to expand on projects which are already existing, like the EDEN project and also the certification of small, medium enterprise for converting or support to convert the data sets into let's say, a standardized model of collecting information, which is this tool, which is called Observational Medical Outcome Partnership. Now, other opportunities are related to a better understanding of the rare disease, because there you have less information available, and it's usually good to put the data together. Coming from the pharmacology field, a better understanding of expected and also warning on unexpected adverse drug reactions, especially where the experience with new treatments is limited, and we are all experienced the implementation of the COVID medication now, and also looking at the detection of undiagnosed disease by using lab centralized data. In order to, there are also several challenges with the current monitoring, and this came several times, and I'm pretty sure that it will come even further. That there is a sampling bias, the quality assurance, and the incompleteness of the data sets that we are dealing with today. Of course, there is little standardization on what to measure, in whom, and when. And of course, we need a harmonization of the data sets to allow meaningful analytics. For that, we need some dictionaries of data sets variables for disease-specific areas to facilitate standardization. We are also struggling with the lack of interoperability and data sharing between different countries, but also inside one country between primary care and hospital data, and also the issue of interoperability of the softwares that are used and of devices that are used to capture information. Other challenges perceived by our colleagues are the GDPR and privacy legislations and the safe anonymization of the data, especially related to the transfer of data across borders, which will be part of the initiative that the European Commission is building, and also obtain the patient consent across healthcare sectors will be rather difficult. And also, it came already, and again, this is a big thing on data ownership, on the best model to allow providers how to utilize the big data platforms and how to prioritize the research question, because everybody will like to have a question of himself or herself. Now, the infrastructure is also important and is perceived as a big challenge, because the data had to be fed into the database. Resources had to ensure adequate broadband speed and coverage across countries, especially in rural areas or in lower income countries. And there is also a need of training healthcare professionals in how to deal with big data. One last issue under the challenges, which is extremely important in our view, is the sustainability planning beyond the lifetime of a project, which deals with real data. So the funding should be continual or for the periodic update of the data sets in the big data platform after one project is ended. In terms of the second capability, which is the prediction simulation, there are several opportunities here, like, for example, the development of clinical decision-making tools, better patient selection for therapies, developing of a core outcome set for disease-specific areas so that the clinical trials collect relevant information that directly feed into the big data platform, And one important thing that we also think it's it's of interest, for example, the prediction of evolution of incidence of certain chronic diseases, pandemics like obesity, diabetes, allergies, asthma worldwide, and also at the regional level. So this is very important for the discoverability of the reported data. We also face challenges here with the prediction models because data sets are incomplete. We have risk prediction models which might not necessarily apply to each individual patient. And the predictive tools, for example, they can refer to some risk groups at risk, but they do not fulfill yet the promise of precision medicine. In terms of extraction and categorization of knowledge, we do have some standardization and harmonization of data between countries. These procedures facilitate improved stakeholder engagement and also tackle with rare diseases in the best way. But again, we have a lack of defined operational definitions and coding system, legal standardization of IT infrastructure, and also we are dealing with the volume and speed of the data, speed of collection of data that we really need to feed into some better artificial intelligence models that will help us the analysis of it. In terms of reporting, how we assemble the information and how we report it, how the opportunity perceived here is very important in terms of generating an unbiased data set for patient and healthcare professionals' information, and also for feeding into planification and policy making at the regional, national level. But this is depending on how the information overflow and lack of competence on the user side are handled. Again, the educational part is very important here because we have conflicting results from the same data due to reporting or the, let's say, inability of understanding how to report. Of course, expertise is required and needs to be built. And last but not least, the implementation of results generated into clinical practice is a very big challenge because we are all sitting on huge database and we are not, let's say, being able to transform them into useful clinical decisions. I would like to close here by thanking all my colleagues from medical societies that help us build this presentation today, looking at the capabilities of the big data from the doctor's perspective. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Yeah, Anna, thanks very much indeed. A very clear presentation. And I think it's very interesting your point about making sure that we're speaking the same language, if you like, terms, definitions, standards for measurement, as well as obviously your focus very much on the clinical applicability, so clinical management.
Hello, Chair. How are you?
I'm very well. Okay, so just let me introduce you first of all. Right. We'll move straight on then.
Thank you very much.
John is a professor at the University of Athens, and today will be representing the views of pharmacists. So, John, over to you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Chair. First of all, some acknowledgements. I would like to express my sincere appreciation and acknowledgements to the President of the Hospital Pharmacists, Despina Makridaki, and the Secretary, Vaso Papandreou, as well as members of the European Hospital Pharmacy that we've been collaborating together over the last years. The structure of my presentation, Chair, is over 5 major points. The first one is a question, a hypothesis that I would like to share with you and examine to what extent we have the same views on different sort of perspectives discussed about big data, to what extent patients, doctors, and pharmacists share the same views, so they have different sort of aspects, ideas, and policies, and to what extent there is also a convergence or divergence in their views. Well, then I will go to brief remarks of the European Commission, priorities, opportunities, and areas of collaboration. Starting with my first hypothesis, we all envisage the same sort of common objective, which is to maximize data value. But let us investigate and see to what extent patients, doctors, and pharmacists, that they are the stakeholders under investigation, to what extent they have the same sort of views in terms of prioritization, health policies, and how can we investigate that, and to what extent we can reach common conclusions, ideas, and priorities. Please allow me to present to you some sort of research that we have conducted at the European level and also in Greece by asking patients, pharmacists, and doctors over several issues. And then let me collect some 5 indicative topics. One is on memorandum policies, the other one is on electronic prescribing, importance of registries, and HTA. And I would like to invite you just to forget about econometrics and statistics and concentrate in the shape of the distribution. We have on the left-hand side doctors, and then on the right-hand side pharmacists. And then we know, all of us, that Greece have gone through memorandum policies. We ask then doctors and patients to what is the impact of these memorandum policies on patients' budget, because patients' view is also a very important idea. And then in terms of the shape of the distribution, we can see that pharmacists say that it has been a great impact because they are much closer to patients, whereas doctors have a different sort of, a much more diversified view. In terms of electronic prescribing and controlling costs, we can see a very strong influence of pharmacists on patients, and they say that prescribing and electronic prescribing had a profound effect in controlling costs, whereas doctors do not really share the same view with pharmacists. Importance of registries that we have investigated here, we can see also some sort of diversification, but some sort of similarities. But on HTA, what's the importance of HTA and the role of HTA in controlling costs, we can see that doctors and pharmacists really share the same sort of opinion. From a European Commission perspective, here are some sort of indicative keywords. There is a diversity, biological data. Emphasis is given to clinical data, but here the very important perspective of the European Commission is not to concentrate on the clinicality per se or the pharmacovigilance or any other aspect, but to adopt a much more broader and generic approach, much more sort of public health approach, where we have to take into consideration environment and lifestyle. So we should not concentrate only on clinical data or personalized medicine, which is a very important idea in pharmacy, but we should adopt a much more lifestyle approach, public health approach, and focusing on wellness and status and health of the population. Here I have collected from the European Journal of Public Health last year, is one of the supplements on the publication of big data. And on the left-hand side, we can see an exponential increase in the publication of big data. Where is the focus? The focus has been mainly on early diagnosis, effectiveness and quality of medicines and treatments, prevention, of course, which is a very important area, risk factors analysis, pharmacovigilance, patient safety, and informed decisions. I would like to make some reference later on health quality of life and health outcomes. And now let us move on. In terms of real-world data and all what we really have to investigate and why we should investigate that, this is very important because from the real-world data collection, cleanness of data, machine learning, algorithms, statistical models, we have to transform all this raw data into rational decision making. So from big data, we have to go to rational decisions. And above all, what we have to do, not only in the universities, but also everywhere, we have to make sure that the data are clean, we get rid of the outliers, and then we automate and we test the data. Collaboration, from a pharmacy perspective, what we really have to take into account and account for is that we have to concentrate on the pharmacy operation and management and promote health systems related to pharmacy, to good pharmacy and to good management. So the focus in our analysis, the big data uses within the health system pharmacy. So the pharmacists have to concentrate on collecting data, analyzing, but the first objective is optimization of clinical decision making. Their data will help them to optimize their decision. Formulary management and adverse effect monitoring, very important area, getting data, especially on adverse effects. Quality of care and patient outcomes, we will discuss this a little bit in a more thorough way, presenting some sort of an example which we have developed in collaboration with other European countries. Then adherence, medication adherence is a very, very important topic. Only 50% is adhered to their therapies, and hence evidence-based medicine. And then, well, the health economic perspective, which is claims, cost, and utilization of data, are very, very important parameters that from a health management and a pharmacy management perspective, we really have to synchronize and to take on board all these aspects and all these elements. And a very characteristic example, because lots and lots of things have been taken today and have been discussed today about COVID-19. Here is a good example that we have collected data using the EQ5D on health-related quality of life and quality of treatment in 7 countries: Sweden, USA, UK, Russia, Netherlands, Italy, and Greece. 3,200 from each country. And then we have, we launch a very big survey. We try to harmonize, and this is a good example how we harmonize our questions, how do we collect data, and how to compare like with alike. I'll be delighted to provide any answer to this questions. Working for the Eurostat for a number of years, let me introduce you the big data sources that they do exist. For instance, the health interview surveys, there are 3 surveys now, 3 ways, which is highly comparative analysis based on health parameters, lifestyle, and whatever we have discussed. Also the cost and pharma data coming from the OECD and other sources. Also, in terms of healthcare systems, we can see that there are all sorts of differences among the healthcare system. There are different scores in terms of success and performance. So we have to draw performance indicators, and comparability is a very, very important topic that we discuss at length today. Also, policies, EU policies that they really have to take on board and discuss is EU prescription, regulation, price and reimbursement, and then through these charts we can see the tremendous differences that exist in comparative policies. And then what do we really have to do and where we have to go about and what is on our stake? At our stake, what we really have to create is an electronic European platform for policy setting and policy analysis. And how we can go about this, we have to divide multi-criteria decision-making, because as decision makers, there is everything in the cloud, in a very vague cloud of measuring disease severity, electronic prescribing and all that. So from all this vague cloud, we have to move much more into evidence-based medicine. And what we really have to do with the help, as the Beatles used to say, with a little help of my friends, so with a little help of Europe, we have to rationalize our decision-making, providing tools for the decision-making in ranking their observation and their preferences, develop algorithms in terms of multi-criteria decision-making, and reaching through all this analysis, evidence-based medicine, burden analysis, cost effectiveness, and equity. And this is my last slide. Where we stand now and how we have to go and proceed, we live in a world of fragmented data. Privacy preserving and data management is very important. We have to deal with medication errors that in our pharmacy, they do take place. Adverse effects management, we discuss. Cost, personalized management and treatment. And above all, what is the overall objective and what we have to look at? The overall objective is harmonization and prioritization of data in order to achieve value-based solutions and lead towards to data-driven decisions. And finally, we're moving slowly into an era where big data is the starting point and not the end. Well, as it was said this morning, data is today and big data is tomorrow. Here is a framework that we have to develop, analyze in order to get value-based big data. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, John. Thanks very much, John. Big data is the starting point, not the end. That's a nice highlight and a way to end your presentation. And I think there were some very clear messages, very much moving from data to rational decisions, evidence-based medicine. I haven't heard that term for a little while, but it's amazing how these concepts come in full circle, isn't it? And data-driven evidence-based medicine. Very nice. Thank you very much, John. Our last presentation before...
Thank you, Chair.
Pleasure. Our last presentation before the coffee break will be from Maria Teresa Parisotto, who is representing the European Specialist Nurses Organization. And I hand straight over to you, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. And I will give probably a perspective that is maybe a little bit different compared to what we have heard so far. Although I'm a person that was using big data in the last 20 years, so I know very well the value of it, but I know very well also the risks that we could have with big data. So the healthcare industry starts to see how beneficial big data, technology, and artificial intelligence can be for patients, doctors, and nurses. Looking at this technology, nurses can perform duties in niches that an artificial intelligence system cannot fulfill. For example, to provide the human elements of compassion, empathy, alongside artificial intelligence or the robotic that is doing other things. Can evaluate, of course, the artificial intelligence outputs and determine if the system conclusions are reasonable or not. If you are a nurse leader, you can make use of big data by improving the level of care offered by the hospital nurses, enabling what? You can have a reduction of manual work that the technology allows you to do it. You can do improvement of efficiency, therefore patient satisfaction, and improving of patient satisfaction means also frequently improving of outcomes. You can take smart decisions when combined with the appropriate analytic. And of course, you can go in the direction of cost efficiency. We are more efficient. We spend less time for work that can be done by robotics or other things. And we can provide a higher quality care. But I want to start with this sentence that when we speak about priority that is frequently used, business is changing. Therefore, if you do not adapt, you can be left behind. And this is true. So what can we do to avoid to be left behind or to avoid that the nurses are left behind? I think that the first priority, skills is the second, is the awareness. We have to create the awareness of related to big data. Why is big data important? But not only generally speaking for policymakers or for epidemiologists, but also specifically for nurses. How can big data help you to care better for the patients? And then, of course, the skills. You know that one of the problems that we have nowadays is that there are not so many young nurses. So there are a lot of nurses with a certain age, not so much used with technology. So we definitely have to develop and deliver specific training programs to make sure that they acquire the skills needed to operate with big data. Then, of course, the priority number 2 is the development of the platform, clear. But before developing the platform, awareness and skills. Development of the platform is crucial. It must be easy to use. It must be user-friendly, so then anybody can use it. And with a platform and the data that you can collect inside, you can improve evidence-based decision-making, that is important. We can improve the management of observational studies or even trials, specific trials. Then the point number 3 is data management analyzed with an ethical governance framework. I think that ethics is crucial. Data security is crucial because we will always have an ethical dilemma. What are we doing with the data? Are we sure that the privacy of the patient is protected? So we have to take this into account. So priority number 1, awareness skills. Priority number 2, development of the platform. Priority number 3, ethical governance framework. Now let's go to the opportunities. With the big data, you have the opportunity to share the knowledge and experience. You have the opportunity to share the best practices within European Union in this case. You have the opportunity of sharing comprehensive data thanks to a multidisciplinary approach. Comprehensive data because inside a big database, you can have data from the doctors, from the pharmacists, from the nurses, from the nutritionists, from several people. In this way, you really have the overall information related to the patient, so you can take decisions based on the holistic approach. And of course, you can have evidence-based quality of care. Risks, we go back again to the confidentiality and data security. Where are the data kept? Who's responsible for it? Who has access to the data? We also have to consider that data reliability strongly depends on the collection, which can be affected by error and bias from human entry. So you need to have some control mechanism to make sure that strange data are not inputted in the system. We also have to consider that this is changing dramatically the way of caring for the patient. Already today, sometimes the patients are saying, you pass a lot of time behind a computer. Or are saying, since you have the machine that is controlling all the functionality, you are coming less to me and speaking with me. So we have to make sure also that we do not run the risk of losing patient trust because we are too much focusing on data. Because the data are for sure important for policymakers, for epidemiology. If we really want to see where is Europe going in terms of health for all the citizens, big data are crucial. But when you go to the individual person, big data are important only indirectly, not directly, because directly a patient wants to be listened, wants to be cared, wants to be protected. So, conclusion and engagement. Patient care is more than data collection and analysis. Care is even more than cure. Care needs to recognize every person as a human being whose experiences affect health and well-being directly. Crucial for nurses is to be prepared to the rapid changes of nursing care due to technology and to be active participants of the changes. And what is important is to keep the correct balancing between high-tech, artificial intelligence, big data, and unethical and human patient care. I would like to conclude saying we have to work together for a better patient care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Teresa. Excellent presentation, very clear. I took from it many, many messages, but perhaps reminding us that the nurses often are providing the human element, and we must not lose the caring part and patient trust when we start sitting behind a computer and relying on data, however many benefits that approach can bring. And essentially, we need to find a balance between the human approach and the data-driven approach. So I think it was a very nice presentation. Thank you very much indeed. So colleagues, we have now reached the time for a break. I think we've had just over 2 hours, really interesting, different perspectives. I would strongly suggest that we come back and start promptly at 11:30. I think 15 minutes probably is enough for everyone to grab a cup of coffee.
I
Nikolai,
would
do you want
strongly
to
advocate 15 minutes so we get back
on schedule?
Back on schedule. So not 30 minutes as it says on the screen, but 15 minutes, and we will start on time at 11:30.
Have a good coffee, everyone. See you in 15 minutes. So, colleagues, stakeholders, it's 11:30. I hope you've had a refreshing break, and let's get straight back to our task of the day, which is listening to stakeholders on priorities, opportunities, risks, and areas for collaboration. And I'm very pleased then to move on to Ulva Spooner, who is Director within the Global Regulatory Policy and Intelligence Group at AbbVie, who will be representing both FPA and Europa Bio today. Ulva, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank EMA for hosting this virtual meeting in partnership with HMA and the European Commission. As medicines developers, we're delighted to participate in this important conversation alongside so many stakeholders. And from the outset, I'd like to emphasise that we share your ambition to realise the potential of real-world evidence in Europe and stand ready to collaborate. A key theme in our presentation is to underline the importance of alignment and connectivity as we move forward. And with that in mind, if I might start by taking a few moments to reflect on the EU regulatory ecosystem. So as we see it, looking at this through the lens of a medicines developer, we see the EU pharmaceutical strategy is providing the overarching piece, supported by the EMA regulatory science strategy, and together with the heads of medicines agencies, the EU network strategy, hot off the press last week, bringing together the different regulatory elements of the ecosystem and noting, of course, the Commission's proposals for an EU Health Union approach. As we see it, the four outer initiatives are connected through the EU Health Data Space ambition, and we appreciated the insights shared in session 1 this morning from the Commission and the EMA, but we'd like to continue this dialogue to fully understand how Darwin and the national data analytics capability will connect into the EU Health Data Space and how collaboration with medicines developers is foreseen. We see incredible opportunities for real-world evidence and to add value for all stakeholders of a healthcare system, to fill critical knowledge gaps in subsets of patients not included in traditional randomized clinical control trials. Listening to our colleagues working at the coalface of clinical practice, we see the potential for a learning healthcare system, and ultimately, we share your ambition for real-world evidence generation to enhance patient access to and best use of optimal treatment throughout the product life cycle. In addition to the many opportunities, we acknowledge, of course, there are challenges. And we've analysed these across the process steps involved in the generation of real-world evidence from real-world data. And they can be categorised into three main areas. Firstly, around data source and data quality. Secondly, in relation to data access. And thirdly, on the need to align around robust study design, methodologies, and analytical approach. Having identified these challenges, we're now focused on solutions. And in that context, we really do applaud the work plan. Transparency and clarity of timelines are important and welcome. Considering the steering group composition, perhaps it could reflect all of those who are participating in this meeting today, the range of stakeholders with a stake, facilitating co-creation of solutions and collaboration as we take this journey together. And perhaps this might be something that EMA and HMA might like to revisit. The work plan separates out specific recommendations to be implemented through collaboration with stakeholders, and these are highlighted on the slide. There are also recommendations assigned to the regulatory network and EMA committees or working parties that we would also suggest would benefit from stakeholder input. Overall, it would be important to have regular checkpoints to look at the overall project status and to ensure that recommendations and work streams remain sufficiently connected and aligned. Our analysis of the opportunities and the challenges has informed our prioritisation. So I hope you'll see a read across there. In line with our analysis, our top priority concerns data quality, and we also note that this is high on the task force list of recommendations, second from the top. A key priority for medicines developers is the need for EMA to develop and adopt guidance on a real-world data evidence framework with clear principles for data quality and interoperability, access analysis, and regulatory acceptance for specific regulatory scenarios. Agreement and adoption of data standards at an EU level would be important to ensure high-quality data capture and interoperability. Our second priority concerns data governance, high on the list of many stakeholders in the room here today, and we would suggest that that recommendation should come right up the list. We see a secure and ethical governance framework as a top priority. Patient involvement and trust will be critical, and engagement with all stakeholders, including medicines developers, will be important. For example, the Data Governance Working Group within FPA is working on principles for good practices and use cases, which we would hope to share with EMA as work progresses. Thirdly, moving to the area of study design, methodology, and analytical approach. We would prioritise the task force recommendation to modernise the delivery of expert advice, recommendation 7. How would we see this being done? Perhaps linking with some of your recommendation 5 ideas, we would suggest through pilots, through an optimised scientific advice process, and by learning both from national and from global experience. We believe that open sharing of experience from assessment of submissions, including big data, will help to identify both the European and global use cases and should inform guidance development on the role of real-world evidence in supporting submissions. And we're really interested to hear about the learning initiative that you're considering this morning. We see opportunities to learn from national and global experience. Pilots may relate to experience in other jurisdictions, but equally to work ongoing at national level within the EU, be that in France, in Germany, in Denmark, the Netherlands. We would call out specifically the work being done by the Danish Medicines Agency and their Data Analytics Centre. There's also the clear potential to learn from COVID-19, real-world evidence research and global experience with observational studies, and to leverage experience from other regulators and partnerships, be that ICMRA, learning from FDA Sentinel, work done by Health Canada and PDMA. In relation to Darwin, we fully agree that a sustainable platform is needed, and this should be accessed by all operators in the R&D ecosystem in support of decision-making, including medicines developers under appropriate governance. So thinking again about where we see the areas for collaboration, we see a clear need for working together to achieve a common understanding of what constitutes fit for the intended purpose, supported with demonstration by case studies and shared learnings, with the development of guidance and best practices, cognizant of the international environment in which we operate, and that all of this would be underpinned by extensive stakeholder interaction. Across the piece, we see to achieve the goals and overcome the challenges along the way, we need to have collaboration across regulators, HTA bodies, payers, the medical community, academics, governments from different healthcare systems, patients and industry. As medicines developers, we've identified the challenges and how we can move on and where we could engage to accelerate the implementation of the task force recommendations and our shared ambition to realise the potential of real-world evidence. We see great potential to improve patient lives, their experience of care, and to increase the efficiency of the healthcare system. We would emphasise again that everything needs to be connected and aligned, or we risk not having the well-resourced healthcare organisations designed to enhance the delivery of quality care and to provide high-quality real-world data to accessible research platforms. We need connectivity and alignment if we want to have the necessary collaboration to develop high-quality data and research networks that allow the integration and interoperability of data from a wide range of sources. And again, we need connectivity and alignment if we're to have the capacity to generate evidence and insights based on real-world data using a variety of designs and methodologies which are fit for purpose and accepted by relevant stakeholders. We stand ready to collaborate with all stakeholders to ensure the best expertise and experience can support timely implementation of the task force recommendations. And I'd finally like to thank the EMA and the HMA for your vision, for the opportunity to provide our input to this important initiative. And I'd also like to thank my own colleagues from the Regulatory Policy Group in Europa Bio and the many experts from FPA's working groups on evidence generation, digital health and data governance, who stand ready to offer their expertise and experience to making the potential of real-world evidence a reality. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ulva. A very clear distillation of views across FPA and Europa Bio members. Key messages about alignment and connectivity. We do indeed work in a well, ever smaller world, I would say, and clearly what's going on with different regulatory authorities and different jurisdictions around the world, it's very important that we connect. I heard a strong message about the role of industry and ensuring that the industry voice is heard, both in general, but also specifically in the context of opportunities that Darwin may bring. Learn, share and collaborate. And then one of your final points on collaboration was to share, to pilot, to develop good guidance and to link between different stakeholders. So thanks for a very clear presentation. We heard you loud and clear. Thank you, Ulva. If we move on now to Marin Von Fritschen, who is head of regulatory at EUCOPE, which is one of the industry associations at European level. Marin, over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter and Nikolai, for giving EUCOPE the opportunity to present our perspective here at the first Big Data Stakeholder Forum on behalf of our members. As you may know, EUCOPE gives voice to more than 900 research-oriented innovative companies and associations active in research and development of healthcare solutions with a strong focus on small to medium-sized entities. EUCOPE fully supports the objectives of this meeting, and we are convinced that industry can provide valuable input into the ambitious Big Data Task Force plan. We believe that the trustful cooperation between the EMA-HMA and all stakeholders are a strong basis for any future achievements, which can only be accomplished by joint forces. The first slide represents our focus areas and priorities. Very important to state, all 10 priorities are extremely, or 11 now, with the veterinary, are extremely valuable, and each area is very relevant to our members. A great result, fantastic outcome. Now, as you asked for our priorities, we selected 5 out of 10 for which we believe we can bring transformative value to the network. These are Darwin, data quality and representativeness, guideline development roadmap, enhancement of the PASS register, network capability, and international collaborations. Please note the order of the presentation matches exactly your flow to nicely feed into, but does not indicate a ranking. In the following, we will give for each priority our ask and the identified opportunities for collaboration and engagement and potential risks where applicable. So for the ambitious Darwin project, industry should be one of the stakeholders involved during the design to assess the validity, reliability, and utility of the system. Industry, of course, can provide input and support the network, in particular in the critical first step, when principles for easy and secure accessibility to data are set. Involving industry would also, we believe, minimize the risk of a false start. Ideally, the data and analytic tools should be accessible, and this has been said previously, to all stakeholders in the European healthcare ecosystem, and this is a particular ask from our SMEs. This could be done through a coordinating center that could facilitate principled research. Our ask is based on the following. Industry has developed advanced analytical capabilities based on large healthcare data sources and has extensive experience conducting real-world data analysis to understand diseases, and the benefit and risks of therapeutic interventions. This experience comes from direct research, through academic collaborations, and engagement with other product surveillance systems. Industry can also provide use cases that can serve as demonstration projects to test the system. In understanding data relevancy and quality, our asks are for the advanced and multiple stakeholder collaboration to design data quality framework and tools. A real-world data set should be evaluated with respect to whether it is fit for purpose. For that, key dimensions are data relevancy, data integrity, and data quality for a potential regulatory decision within the context of a specific disease state or therapeutic interaction. For example, small orphan conditions versus chronic diseases. You all know that industry and other stakeholders will be conducting multiple collaborative real-world evidence projects focusing also on consistency of requirements, such as real-world evidence for decision, Trustformat, Transcelerate, Duke Margolis, and several IMI projects. As for strengthening the EU process for big data submission, industry should be involved to leverage the latest experience. And this has also been said previously. Real-world data on COVID-19 treatment and vaccines could be good experiences. The intervention from the Danish Medicines Agency and the University Utrecht showed the opportunity of the existing registries to effectively establish a wide range of studies on large population. We have listed here some guidelines we want EMA to work on as a matter of priority. We propose to exchange views on where industry can most effectively contribute with case studies, commenting, leading then to the workshop in 2021. For orphan drug development, where the focus our members lie, real-world evidence from registry or real-world data is often used complementary to clinical trials due to small patient population, heterogeneous disease manifestation, and the lack of clinically robust primary endpoints for the whole population. To build EU network capabilities to analyze data, we assume there is potential role for powerful new players in big data, analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Those new players have valuable expertise, but they may operate to different data protection standards, different understanding of data ownership, and different ethical principles. Therefore, although recognizing the value of new partners beyond pharmaceutical industry, fair level play is important with regard to preserving trust in the system. This aspect may also be allocated in your topic number 8, the Ethical Committee. As for the international collaboration, industry should be engaged and consulted in the preparation of the standardization roadmap in order to make a meaningful contribution to the workshop planned for mid-2021. However, at this point of time, we are not entirely clear about, first, the scope and limits of international collaboration on big data. Second, the clear definition of big data beyond the general perception of unstructured data. And third, what the key stakeholders are. We fully support the international alignment on standards for real-world evidence to promote global acceptability and can truly contribute to discussions at international fora, providing real-world evidence case studies in global drug development. Now, to summarize our key messages. For the Darwin Initiative to establish easy and secure accessibility to data, and pharma industry should be one of the stakeholders. For data quality and representativeness, advance and multi-stakeholder collaboration to design data quality framework and tools. for the guidance development roadmap, involve industry to leverage latest experiences in using real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making, and enhance past register. For the network capabilities, ensure mutual trust and data privacy and data analytics technologies. And for the international regulatory collaborations, engage and consult industry in the preparation of the standardization roadmap. With this, I would like to thank my dearest colleagues, UCAP members, who contributed to this presentation by providing consolidated expertise, knowledge, and intelligence. It's been great fun to prepare for this meeting with fantastic and enlightening discussions, and we are more than happy to continue with a variety of our expert and focus groups. We would like to thank you for your attention and also for considering our proposal. Thank you.
Marin, thanks very much. Very clear presentation, very clear messages. I would like to acknowledge that we hear you loud and clear in terms of ensuring that industry's voice is heard, and that it's more than we acknowledge that we've heard it. It's obviously critical. Regulators regulate the pharmaceutical industry. Pharmaceutical industry develop the medicines that meet unmet medical needs. We are very, very aware that industry has a critical role to play here, and we will be considering, in the context of the various workshops that we'll be setting up next year, be it on metadata, be it on data standardization, be it on how to build a learnings initiative. Obviously, industry will have a very important role to play on all of those areas. So thank you for your feedback. Maybe just on the international topic, just to say that there are so many opportunities for international collaboration. The key point is really to try and cut through complexity to find those areas of collaboration where we can add the greatest value, because we can't do everything. And that's why we're talking to FDA and Health Canada in terms of building a collaboration roadmap. But also we will be putting forward a data standard strategy in collaboration with stakeholders in 2021. And that, again, is by definition an opportunity for international collaboration. So thanks very much indeed. If we then move on to our next speaker, I'm very pleased to introduce Susana Almeida, who is Clinical Development and Safety Director at Medicines for Europe, and will be presenting the views from that industry sector. Over to you.
Thanks a lot. I will be trying to streamline and condense this as much as possible so that I can have the target 5 minutes for this part of the presentation, and then hand it over to AESGP. So first of all, I'd like to highlight the context of off-patent products. By the time that these products are launched, there's already very long clinical experience with them. So we can go to the next slide, please. And the other thing that I would like to highlight is that data is not the end goal that we have. So when we're facing data, we're talking about signals, and we know nothing about this. When it's given context, it becomes information, which then given meaning becomes knowledge. And given the right insight, it will convert into wisdom, which is our ultimate goal to understand in depth a question. Next slide, please. So data is not intrinsically a good thing. Too much data easily converts into noise. And there are two questions that we always must keep in mind when we're talking about data. Why do we need the data? What is the goal and purpose of the collection of the data? And secondly, what do we intend to do with the data, and how will we analyze it? Next slide, please. So an example of reality that deals with a lot of data is signal detection in pharmacovigilance. Data is collected into EudraVigilance, and data is downloaded and analyzed in parallel by all of the marketing authorization holders, which in a multi-source environment entails massive resources. There is the conclusion from a current pilot, preliminary conclusions from a current pilot study in signal detection shows there's very little added benefit for patient safety because there is a very, very small number of valid signals identified from this pilot phase. Next slide, please. So there are a number of things that we can think of as opportunities and some of them at the same time as risks. What can we do with big data? We can think about repurposing of drugs. We can think about assessing adherence and patient preferences, access to anonymized patient data from registries to leverage this repurposing, also patient recruitment and clinical trials, data reuse, highlighting the need for system interoperability, which has already been mentioned a few times today, and also the ownership of the data and the reusability of third parties and public benefit from the data. Next slide, please. In the context of value-added medicines, there are opportunities for future pragmatic evidence generation on added therapeutic benefit of innovation on well-known established substances. So again, drug repurposing, integration of patient preference in the design of formulations, improved adherence, tailoring to individual needs. In terms of priorities in the off-patent context, again, by the time generic medicines and biosimilar medicines enter the market, the product profiles are already very well characterized, and additional efforts to collect data that go beyond the current fit-for-purpose approaches should be very well balanced. So there must be a clear purpose in all data collection efforts. And in parallel, there must be efficient data collection and efficient data analysis, which are critical to these processes. We are completely available and eager to engage with EMA and the various actors in the medicines network to collaborating and further engaging in these potential topics. So with that, I would really like to thank you for the opportunity to share our views today, and also our members for the discussion that led to the slides that I've just presented. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna. I think we'll move, I might make a few comments at the end, but move straight to Michael Strubin, straight to Paul-Etienne Schaefer from ASGP. Paul-Etienne is Life Sciences Regulatory Affairs Manager at ASGP, and be interesting to hear your perspective. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Peter, for the invitation. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here to speak about ISGP perspective on big data. And the ISGP is the voice of the European self-care industry in Europe. So in terms of priorities for us, it's really to ensure a regulatory framework that it is fit for purpose and takes into account the specificities of non-prescription medicines. One of the other priorities that we can see is to foster big data usage for a broad variety of products, including non-prescription medicines. And then we are really welcoming the 10 key recommendation issued by the EMA on HMA, and we would like to highlight particularly some of them. So the first one would be to deliver a sustainable platform to access and analyze healthcare data across the EU, so the so-called EU Darwin data. One of the other recommendations we really welcome is on data quality and representativeness, the one on EU network skills. And I can already say here that I've been able to appreciate during the previous presentation by Peter that it is really addressed already, the governance framework, and finally to create an EU Big Data Stakeholder Implementation Forum. And there I must say, to be honest, that I was really pleased this morning to see that everything seems to be on track, and considering the difficult times we live in, I have really to say that it is well done and quite impressive, to be honest, to be on track on all this recommendation and to have everything going forward. So if we look now at the opportunities on risk, on here I have a small disclaimer. You can see a lot of hurdles in the right part of the slide, but it doesn't mean that there is not also a lot of benefits. It's just that there is some prerequisites that we need to look on when speaking about big data. So if we look now at the benefits, of real-world data or big data is that this data is coming from real life on wider population. So, of course, clinical trials will remain clearly key in the assessment of medicines, but we really think that real-world data can also help in that exercise. One of the other benefits we can see is the substantiation of prescription medicines to OTC switch, and also the support of the benefits risk review of all the non-prescription medicines by providing additional data. And finally, to generate insights to better understand people behavior and treatment needs. So if we look now at the hurdles, particularly for our sector, there is no systematic collection of OTC data in non-prescription settings, so in health electronic records, pharmacy database, and so on. Another hurdles we can see is the regulatory acceptability for new indication or information on benefits risk evaluation is not that high. Then the fact that the existing framework is not fit for purpose for OTC medicines. And then I would say more general hurdles. We can all appreciate, I think, that a specific expertise is required to work on these topics. And I know that this hurdle is actually widely addressed across the various organizations. The fact also that it is a big change of paradigm. Real-world data, of course, is now here for some years, but still clinical trials have been there for a lot of time also, so it is a change. And finally, the data privacy is also a key aspect we need to look at carefully. So in terms of areas for collaboration and engagement, for our sector, guidance in terms of study design and methodologies tailored to OTC medicine would be of tremendous help. One other thing is we really welcome all the opportunities provided to provide input, but we think also that it should remain so. And I think all stakeholders are on a learning curve, and we can really all learn from one another. And finally, the fact which is really important also is that interoperability is key for efficient and easy real-world data usage. But again, I think so far we have been able to appreciate this morning all the stakeholder workshops which are planned in 2021. And I think, again, it is really welcome, and thanks a lot. And I will just finish by thanking my colleagues which helped in the building of this presentation. Thanks.
Paul Etienne, thank you very much indeed. Very clear presentations. So if I take Susanna and Paul Etienne's presentations together, just to acknowledge some really clear messages, and also some specific use cases which might have not have been quite so apparent, perhaps from some of the other presentations. Repurposing of medicines, switch from prescription-only use to OTC use, and the use of real-world data to support this. Both presentations focusing on a need for guidance, need for skills. And my personal view would be there's a lot of opportunity for cross-stakeholder and inter-stakeholder collaboration in terms of training and development of skills. And then, Paul Etienne, you finished on multi-stakeholder dialogue, perhaps intensifying that and the opportunities that the various workshops in 2021 will bring. And with a bit of luck, Paul Etienne, maybe in the second half of next year, we might even meet face-to-face. Hey, wouldn't that be nice? We can offer each other a coffee. So on that note, and thanks again for sticking to time, particularly given that you had 5 minutes and 5 minutes, we now move to Paul Strubin, who is representing, he's Director of Digital Health at MedTech Europe. This is the European Trade Association for Medical Technology Industry, including diagnostics, medical devices and digital health. Michael, or Mikael, I should probably say, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to present today. So we're the and I'm trying to share my slides, and I hope it's going to work out fine. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you, we can see your slides, and we're on the edge of our seats waiting to see if you can actually go to the next one.
Excellent. I'll try to get this done as ASAP. I may need an extra second or so to kind of get this done. So here we go. So I wanted to quickly follow your standard procedure, standard outline. I want to say a few words about who we are, because I can't help but observe that we're the first industry representative that really is not a stakeholder in the Darwin. We're an interested observer, but we haven't been involved in the big data task force, in the big data stakeholder group, and we're offering our input from an outside perspective. We are the medical technology industry. MedTech Europe is a membership association based in Brussels with more than 130 multinational corporations. We also are similarly to FBA, we are an umbrella group, an umbrella organization of national associations. So we have different products than the pharmaceutical industry. We make medical devices, and we are subject to a different regulatory environment than the pharmaceutical industry. We are, in a sense, EMA, and we are kind of new acquaintances. So we very much appreciate the opportunity to offer our views here.
Feel a virtual.
One thing perhaps that I should say is that we are. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
One thing that I should say is that
I just said have a virtual handshake. So welcome to the club. Welcome to the family.
Thank you. One thing that I wanted to say is that our industry probably makes all of the data that you guys are using in your clinical studies. So just wanted to point that out. Wanted to give you a little bit of perspective here first. I'm using here slides that were shared by a colleague from the Danish Medicines Agency a little while ago, just to put clinical trials, clinical studies into perspective. So I suspect this is the way you and your colleagues see data, or how clinical development in industry have seen data. How we in healthcare see data is that it's just a very small share of it. We and the medical technology in general, medical technology industry sees as its biggest prize a much larger pool of data that is generated in electronic in healthcare and is stored in electronic health records. But we all probably should be aware that this all pales in comparison to some of the real world data out there, health data that's outside of the healthcare system, data that is collected through activity trackers, sensors, grocery shopping, etc. And we probably just want to keep that in mind. And perhaps I want to point out here that we in our industry tend to consider real world data as this type of data, whereas we see data that's generated in the medical setting very much as still a clinical grade and worthy of consideration. Our priorities, we want to realize the potential of health data. We want to realize this potential to make healthcare better. So we don't want to generate necessarily, we also want to use data to make better products and services, but our ambition is to transform healthcare delivery, make it better, safer, and more efficient. We can do this by employing, using data to share with doctors, with patients, to enable remote consultations, telemonitoring, enabling patient self-management. We use data to improve access by enabling patients to remotely consult with their doctors. That's a key item, a key area, particularly now in the pandemic, where we see a lot of the potential for health data and health data sharing to be employed. We also, of course, and this is probably an interest that we share with the pharmaceutical industry, we want to access data for secondary use. We want to use this data to predict, to prevent health conditions. We want to enable population health management. And we want to make our populations better, improve quality of lives, and really avoid a lot of healthcare costs by simply preventing deteriorations. And of course, we want to tap what we consider real-world data. I think if we combine, for example, respiratory patients, if we combine data about smogs and air pollution with medical data, health data, then we can track and trace environmental factors that really make our population sicker. So opportunities and risks here. First of all, in regard to the opportunities, we would like to appeal to you, and we think this is a really worthwhile exercise, what you're doing. We've been really assured and reassured by the fact that you collaborated this morning with Joanna Gligor, that you invited her to present, and that you clearly demonstrated how you are seeing the link between Darwin and the European health data space. So a number of these bullets are really almost obsolete, but we would like to encourage you and be cognizant of other efforts that are taking place in this space. For example, the high-level expert group on AI that has developed some ethical recommendations in the context of AI. The health data governance, there's an act currently out. Please take a look at this. Many speakers have before me already cited GDPR, and of course, you've already looked at the European health data space and how this links with Darwin. And so we see many opportunities for collaboration that I want to elaborate in the next slide. But here just wanted to point out that there are quite a few risks for data sharing, for optimizing risks. Many of those have been for optimizing the use of data. Many of them have been pointed out. There are the legal barriers. GDPR, of course, goes into this. Also, some of the terms under which we share data. I want to applaud you for evidently developing some terms under which your contributing industries are sharing data. We have in healthcare not yet quite arrived at that, and this is, of course, one key element that the European health data space needs to tackle. There are technical barriers. Many of you have pointed out interoperability. That's a key concern for our industry as well. Then social barriers. Many of you, including the fabulous speakers from the consumers and from the patients this morning, pointed out the need for digital health literacy, for trust, for building the capabilities. And then finally, I also want to point out the regulatory stability. The medical device industry, the medical technologies industry is subject to a different regulatory environment. I pointed that out. And we're just now going to see in a few months the medical device regulation finally kicking into gear. So this has been a long time coming. We need to make sure that this creates a stable regulatory environment that enables innovation, and we don't want to have too many changes coming up for this. So our industry really needs to put a premium here on balance and stability of the regulatory environment here. And then finally, my final slide. I would very much suggest that we should try to collaborate on what the Commission calls the verification of data, interoperability. So let's align on some of the interoperability efforts in healthcare and research, and also talk to other adjacent industries that some of you have already pointed out when they talk about fair access for other industries as well. Let's collaborate on capabilities, skills, and digital literacy. We need to build the capabilities also of our small and medium-sized enterprises. We need to give them the resources, both in terms of also in terms of data availability, quality data where they can test and train their software, their algorithms. We need to solve the issue of access to data. We're all in support of the European health data space. We need to make sure that we build federated data architectures so that data is not held in a giant pool, neither by EMA nor anybody else. But this is really collaborating and building on the many capabilities of the European member states. And then finally, we need to have a common effort to promote trust, because none of this will happen if citizens do not trust us to use the data for the right purposes. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope this is helpful.
Thanks very much, Michael. I think in the area of big data, data and analytics and digital, without any doubt, MedTech is a key stakeholder, and I think you should see yourself as that. And in the future workshops that we'll be organising in this space, you will, for certain, you and your organisations will be on our invite list. We need you at the table. We need to collaborate for a better outcome. And I think your key messages were very clear, so I won't reiterate now. Thank you, sir. Let's move on now to Susanna Perez-Gutton, who is Vice President and Global Head of Epidemiology at RTI Health Solutions, and importantly is a former Vice Chair and current member of the NCEP, European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance Steering Committee. Susanna, you're going to be representing the views of researchers. Over to you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. It's a privilege joining this workshop to share reflections on how the NCEP research community can contribute to a good real-world evidence decision-making, as well as the EU Big Data Initiative. The disclosure and perspectives relevant to this talk really relate to the long-time involvement in the development of research standards and good pharmacoepidemiology practice, and at the NCEP Steering Committee, NCEP Working Group for Research Standards, and in the International Society for Pharmacoepidemiology, ISPE. And I'd like to thank my colleagues in the current and in the former NCEP Steering Committees who have helped me to shape these presentations over the last couple of weeks since the new NCEP Steering Committee was elected. What is NCEP? NCEP is an email-fostered initiative that was launched in 2007 to bring together expertise and resources in pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance across Europe, with the aim to strengthen the monitoring of the benefit-risk balance of medicinal products. Who are NCEP partners? Currently, over 190 research centers, some public origin, university, hospitals, government, nonprofit, commercial consulting research organizations, but also networks, both at the country level, international level, with special interest, and very relevant to this talk. We always talk about knowledge, expertise, and data, 150 data sources. What are our guiding principles? When the network was first created, our homework assignment from EMA was given in 3 pillars: the pillars of transparency, independence and standards. And many of them are relevant to some of the topics that have been touched upon by prior stakeholders. In the area of transparency, the NCEP webpage hosts the registration of studies, which is also the EU PASS register, in which not only the studies itself, but also publications, the protocols and the results can be published. In the area of independence, the network has developed a code of conduct where there's guidance on the roles and responsibilities of all parties involved in public health research. And last but not least, the network has developed research guidance, method standards, one of the most consulted resources that we have, that stimulate the consideration of important principles in study design, as well as the checklist for study protocols that is part of the EU PASS, the EU post-authorization safety protocol template. Our mission is to promote high-quality collaborative research, as well as support transparency and independence. We have been talking about big data, and there's all kind of data, and I think Michael Strubin has highlighted that we have focused a lot on certain kind of data, the large population databases, but there is much more. Pharmacoepidemiologists, and by that term I mean epidemiologists, statisticians, clinicians, pharmacologists involved in research, have been using observational data and methods for many decades. We have used primarily one of the type of data that is now called big data, the large population-based data sources that capture longitudinally and routinely patient-level treatments, vaccines, devices, as well as patient characteristics and outcomes. Our network is expert in the formal studies, that is formal research efforts driven by protocols to look at evaluating the natural history of disease, the use of medicines, vaccines, and devices, and most visibly, the effects of medications, devices, use of device, and vaccines in terms of both the benefit, effectiveness, as well as the risk in terms of safety. So that the purpose is to use data for knowledge to support decision making. What are our priorities? That good data are available, good quality data are available for state-of-the-art epidemiological research. And we have heard from all stakeholders, from patients, healthcare professionals, all these data points, all these data fields that eventually everybody else is working with originate from a point of care or for a need to register or reimburse a medical action. So we always need to be aware of what is behind each field before we work with it. We need to foster application of solid epidemiological methods and make sure that we integrate innovation as part of the research process. Some opportunities and risk. Clear opportunities as that through the increased capture of research quality population data, there will be an increased representative and a larger number of populations that are available for research, and it should also increase the visibility of our field. On the risk side, and some of these aspects have been mentioned by prior stakeholders, are maybe the confusion between some of the more data-driven, artificial intelligence kind of analysis and the kind of causal inference research that many of our groups conduct. Not that we are not based on some of these other disciplines, but we see in some stakeholders a little bit of confusion between that. Also, and this has been mentioned before, there's a big risk in the sense that if there's a failure in the RW, in the real-world evidence big data environment, this results in a lack of trust in our discipline as a whole. And this has happened in the past. We have learned painfully over the decades about how we can design and conduct better studies. And every time there's been a visible failure, that has been impacted everyone. And some of a very recent example, I would say in the COVID era, is the Surgisphere data scandal that, again, created the need for a lot of colleagues working in the observational area with big data to have to clarify what is the research that we do. We are ready to collaborate, especially in two areas. One, addressing common challenges. Some of it has been mentioned already. Health systems funding cuts and fragmentation reduce data coverage and completeness. And this is just talking about the large population-based data sources that we have traditionally been using. How all this data that are coming through social media, through the devices mentioned previously, how they will be integrated when it is already currently now challenging to link some of the existing data elements is an area that we all need to work together. Data protection is key for all of this to work, and it cannot be emphasized enough. At the same time, as we develop data protection legislation, we need to see how that impacts the use of the data for research. Currently, for instance, it is very frequent to have limitations to share results in aggregated tables, for instance, needing to mask cells that have less than 5, based on less than 5 observations. This makes it very challenging to study rare events, rare diseases, and extremely challenging as we are trying to evaluate orphan and ultra-orphan indications. Also, we need to work together to diminish the length of approval for getting access for studies of public health relevance. And also we see in this world, and this is only going to be made more complicated during and post-pandemic, the scarce resources in public and private health systems to support data infrastructure and access to health. When we work with secondary data, we always need to keep in mind, where do these fields come from? And last, a critical area for collaboration, and this is my last slide, is engagement. Outreach is more important than ever to identify and involve centers in Europe that can contribute to the evidence generation. We're ready to support methodology and good practice framework across centers, including those that may have less capacity and expertise. This has happened since the inception of NSEP in 2007, and there is no reason why it should continue happening. The end goal of all of this is to increase population coverage and quality of data for research in Europe. And I also wanted to mention that as all these international cross-country collaborations have grown over the last decades, we're also well positioned to collaborate in international collaborations through the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology and the International Society for Pharmacovigilance, but also many research networks in our field that have been created, including and particularly fostered all the engagement as part of working on the COVID-19 pandemic. With this, sorry for that. I think I zoomed in too much. With this, I thank you all for your attention. This is the website of NSEP, and you can contact the NSEP Secretariat at EMA if you're interested in joining us. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Susanna. You were spot on time, and some important messages around focus on methods. Well, firstly, you reminded us of transparency, standards and independence as key pillars. And actually, you came full circle towards the end when you were talking about trust. And as you know, in English, you conjugate the word trust with earn. And I guess you earn that trust through transparency, standards and independence. So it was very nice. I also understand that the research community and the NSEP community in particular stand ready to work further on these key pillars of standards and good practice. And I think that's a fantastic opportunity going forward. So thanks very much for your presentation. And we then move on to our last presentation of this session, Laurence Colette, who is Scientific Development Leader at the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer, and is going to present a perspective from academia. Over to you, Laurence.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. It's a real privilege to represent here the voice of the academia. I'm from EORTC, the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer. It's a not-for-profit research organization, but today I'm speaking also for other groups, universities, academia in the broader sense. So the priority of our group is obviously to improve health outcomes and healthcare systems by developing optimal therapies for all EU patients. And here we want to really indicate that by therapies, we are speaking of a broader sense, not just drugs and devices, but really also non-IND, non-medical treatments. And we also want to reinforce academic health research and innovation in collaboration, but also we feel it's important to maintain some degree of independent research, independent of market interest. So if this links to the priorities that were listed at the very beginning of this meeting, the priorities would go to Darwin, obviously, data discoverability, data quality, and representativeness and interoperability of the systems. Another priority is the harmonization of systems and guidance at the supranational level within the EU and international level And this liaises or links with the priority of collaboration on international initiatives. So opportunities we see, for example, we've observed so far the difficulty to run at the EU level the registry-based randomized trials, and we feel that a federated real-time registry of all patients at the EU level could leverage the potential to run such trials at a broader scale. That's something that could really speed up the drug development in Europe. We also see as an opportunity the possibility to foster new research and innovation in AI and machine learning. This could optimize patient selection, but we would really not recommend to link the authorization of a product to a specific AI biomarker model, because we know that models are continuously updated, in particular AI-based models, if we feed them with updated data constantly. So we think that there is an opportunity there to continuously evaluate and update AI models. And in this aspect, access to the Darwin data and federated learnings are really elements that we see as major opportunities. What we want to emphasize is that we feel that the full benefit for the population through patient-centric care will be achieved only if Darwin includes or is federated with the data of patients treated with non-IND interventions, both in trials and in clinical practice. This would really leverage the value and enable a proper optimization of the treatment of patients in Europe by solving the questions of optimization that remain open after registration and post-marketing, in particular combination of treatment sequences, duration, specific population needs, etc. So we really want to emphasize this point. Obviously, academia sees as an opportunity the access to a federated Darwin database for secondary use of data, and having a global big data fit for purpose quality standards can be seen as an opportunity for this. Academia, in partnership with industry, has a great deal of experience in some IMI supported initiatives where we have developed big data experience. The risks we see, and that was mentioned in the former presentation, is that the establishment of further guidelines and guidance and a framework for data quality and representativeness may eventually come at the cost of a lack of representation of the smaller volume or community hospital clinics who would not be in a position to afford the costs related to the adoption and usage of high-quality electronic health record systems, nor the cost of integrating and maintaining IT systems to link in to a federated learning systems. So that, I think, should not be underestimated. There is a risk of leaving aside some countries or some regions or some type of treating centers, and that really would deter massively from the value of the so-called real-world evidence that could be achieved. What we see as risks equally is the risk of national variations in the implementation of the guidance on data qualification, data standards, etc. And we've seen in the past that administration has had, or legislation has had a very detrimental impact on academic research because we don't have the same means. as, for example, pharma industry or for-profit administration. And I think not-for-profit research really brings value to the clinical decision-making by also addressing non-marketing interests in research. So we really are keen that attention is paid to this question. We, of course, are very fearful that leveraging the use of real-world evidence to support accelerated access and facilitating prime and conditional authorization would run the risk of deterring from the need to conduct proper randomized controlled trials. And we've seen with a great interest the recent publication that unlike the one I cite here, that EMA sees randomized trials and real-world evidence as equally needed, but we really want to avoid that the agency would, say, subside to pressure to go faster. Areas for engagement, academia has experience in federated learning and in AI, and obviously we are interested and willing to contribute our experience, both for the collaboration, but also possibly in teaching, as this was mentioned, in participating in the curricula that the agency is setting up. We also have, through the Get Real initiative, we have made some learnings on data linkage and working with cancer registries and filling the gap. So this, of course, could be leveraged. We strongly believe that the definition of standards would really need to build on the existing experience that was achieved from initiatives such as Eden, Pioneer, or Harmony. I've seen that this was cited already, so it's a very good sign of collaboration, of ongoing collaboration. Universities and academic research centers have great knowledge in artificial intelligence for healthcare data analytics, bioinformatics, genomics, and pharmacology. And obviously, we can bring this expertise to the table as well. We certainly also want to emphasize that all this will have a real impact only if it reaches the clinic. And a lot of the initiatives that were conducted, such as Pioneer or Harmony, really attempt to bring the gap between information we get from randomized trials, the scarce information from randomized trials, and the need to do the ideal decision-making in the clinic. And this is also where we see areas for collaboration with the agency. Thank you very much for your attention. I just want to thank a few of my colleagues from universities and research organizations who helped me prepare this presentation. Thank you.
Laurence, thanks very much indeed. Very clear presentation from an academia perspective. I think some of the messages I took from that were about academic access to data resources, including Darwin, ensuring that requirements on data and electronic health records don't drive up the cost of care. You're absolutely right. Nothing comes for free. And if all of a sudden the data generation and data transformation activities are expensive, of course, somebody has to pay for that and it has to be sustainable. Your point, which was very well taken about the complementarity between clinical trials and real-world evidence, and I just want to re-emphasize, because we have said it multiple times from a regulatory perspective, we do not see these as being in competition. We see them as complementing, having different use cases, in fact. and then collaboration on learning and skills, of course. I mean, it's the bedrock of academia, on how we access data, on data standards, on methodologies, and your final point about remaining focused on patients and patient care, I think very well taken. So thanks very much indeed, Laurence. So we've now heard from a variety of different stakeholder groups, but I just feel it's time to go to Italy and to see if we've got a Slido question. Mr. Alcini, have we got a Slido question before we have our break? Over to you.
Yes, we have, and the code this time is Forum 3. And the question is, what should be big data top priority for the next year? And the question is to everybody in the audience.
So if I understand correctly, Paolo, in contrast to the previous methods, this is just text. As people type it in, it comes up on the screen. So this is not, so
yes.
Funding standards, Darwin, standardization again, ethics, data quality, common data model, data standards and interoperability, more data quality, piloting, validity and completeness, access to anonymized aggregated data, ethics and legislation in capital letters, developing pilots for Darwin, data quality and interoperability, multi-stakeholder perspective learnings initiative, data portability, we haven't discussed that so far today, AI ethical standards, ethics, access to data and metadata standards. So colleagues, lots of interesting feedback. It's been very rich so far. We would propose that we take let's be precise now, an 18-minute break. And we restart at 1 o'clock. Nikolai, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. And see you back for a very interesting Q&A session at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. Colleagues, welcome back. And first of all, Paolo, can we go to you for Slido? There is
Hi, Nikolai. Yes, we have the next question that for which the code is Forum 4, and the question is, how ready are you for the second part of this forum, from 1 to 5?
Everyone is 100% ready. Brilliant. Excellent. So we are running this second part of the meeting as a very interactive meeting. We have 10 questions that we have pre-prepared for everyone to consider that we think are really important to get stakeholder input to. We will not take questions through the chat. So if you have a response, please raise your hand and we will, from the list of participants, pick the first ones come, first one served, who can then make their point of view heard. We have a maximum of 5 minutes per question. So that is how we're going to go forward with it. If we, for some interest, for some reason, hit a very interesting question, which we choose to spend longer on, that means that we have less time at the end. We will finish at 2 o'clock sharp. So Peter is here. He will also assist me in keeping an eye out for the hands raised. But please raise your hand as soon as you have input. We really would like to hear your viewpoints on the questions that we ask. So can we get the first question up? Question 1. How can EU regulators and stakeholders better leverage expertise to support use of big data in the development, authorization, and surveillance of medicine? Please raise your hand if you have input to this question. It's very important that we can leverage the expertise as broadly as possible to support the use of big data. Yeah, great. So we have Alexandra Malouvier as the first one. Please, Alexandra, the floor is yours. Alexandra Malouvier.
I actually had a question, not an answer, so I will come at the end if there is more time for more questions. It was in regards to zero representation as stakeholders.
Thank you. We go to Cécile Olivier.
Hello, good afternoon. Cécile Olivier from Aparito, representing UCOP today. Thank you very much for the great workshop today and the presentation. I think that many of the trade association and partners have discussed about the possibility to work through public-private partnerships, such as IMI, but also other forums. And I think there are also other options that apply to the CHMP committee, such as scientific advisory groups, when there is the need to have access to expertise that is not necessarily available within the regulatory network. And I was wondering, because there is a lot of discussion around skills and expertise, whether this is something that has been considered to have, such as scientific advisory group, groups of technology and data science experts available for input into some of the regulatory cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cécile. Elmar Cotter now. Please state your position. Thank you.
Yes, Elmar Cotter from Freiburg in Germany, representing the European Society of Radiology. I think it is very important to have a clear governance on data, to know how we can use primary and secondary health data, to have clear rules on that, and respecting, of course, data privacy of our patients. That is the first point, and then I think it is also, at least from a radiological viewpoint, very important to establish something that we call reference data sets, which could help to train and also to validate new AI algorithms.
Thank you very much. Ray Pinto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Ray Pinto?
This is Ray Pinto.
Please.
Thank you for giving the mic. I just wanted to, if I understand the question correctly, extend us at Digital Europe. We represent the digital companies that are behind the technologies creating big data and AI, and we have a lot of experts that would be more than happy to engage with you to answer some of the questions we saw in the last session. Also within our membership, we have many healthcare companies, so we're having that delta of how digital and traditional healthcare, and trying to work through many of those questions that you have. So just want to extend that to you.
Thank you very much, Ray. Much appreciated. In the interest of time, I think we move on to the next question. Question 2, Gosha. Can we get that up, please? And if you could put your hands down so we can see who is replying to which question. Please put your hands down. And then we move to question number 2. Current actions have focused on real-world data. What data sources should be prioritized next, and why? Please raise your hands and we will be happy to take your input. Which data sources should be prioritized next? Sonia Araujo.
Close enough. I'm Product Director for Global Solutions at IQVIA in London, and I'm here representing IQVIA and the Association of the CRO. And I love this question because I was really torn by it. So on the one hand, what I really want to say is wearables, because we all have it in the population, and therefore there's a wealth of data there. But also media. We have an opportunity with social media to really listen to the patient's voice. We all care about it, of course, around that. The reason why I'm torn, though, is I think that's fantastic opportunities, but they are for the future. And so my suggestion to our stakeholders here and to you at the EMA is, before we go there, let's focus on what we have now Not only do we have now 10 big or 11 big recommendations, but there's a lot of work. And I'm thinking of Darwin. I'm so excited about Darwin. But there's a lot of work there. It's good work and it's very needed work. And so my suggestion would be let's focus on what we have there and look at Darwin, all those data quality concerns that people voiced earlier, and make it fair, and then perhaps look at the future. So in a way, I would almost delay this question a couple of years, or a year at least.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Marin Coban from Merck and Europa Bio.
Sure, thank you very much. And just to congratulate you on an excellent workshop. I'm from Merck Healthcare, representing Europa Bio, as noted. Similar to my predecessor, I really was torn by this question, because I think it has during the talk, we still require a good definition of what are big data. Yeah, we're saying current action focused on real-world data. We in Europe focus very much on registry data. In the US, electronic healthcare records, that would be the next go. In my opinion, in our opinion, are much more prevalent, but also, as already noted by Susanna, there's a big push and interest in using data from wearables and from social media. But I think it also starts a little bit with, to be clear on what are we actually talking about, real-world data, big data, where are the boundaries, what are the definitions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marin. And now we hop to Jose Drabwell from IPOPE.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. It's been such an interesting meeting, but I wanted to perhaps suggest that the registry for rare diseases already holds such a lot of data, and also the health records. And I think it would be a good priority to start with the data there. And also the other thing is the ERNs have now been going for quite a few years and have collected quite a lot of data, and also in the pediatric community. So I think that would be a good source to start with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josie. And I think, Gosha, if we move to question 3 now. Do you consider that there are any important gaps in the current implementation plans, and what do you see as priority actions for 2022 and beyond? So previous speakers, please lower your hands so we can see the new ones for this question. Do you consider there are any important gaps in the current implementation plans, and what do you see as priority actions for 2022 and beyond? Peter Reinbeck from Erasmus University.
Yes, I'm Peter Reinbeck, Associate Professor of Health Data Science at Erasmus. My point is that I think that the analytical transformation should really be about the standardization of the data and the analytical pipelines. And I think to make those next steps, we need to invest in alignment in all steps in the process, so from data to reliable evidence. And I think it would therefore be of great value if the EMA and the national regulatory bodies would align on the format to disseminate these results per study design. It should actually not matter if we do a drug utilization study for drug A or B for any of the national bodies or the EMA, and we should step away from revisiting the pipeline development on a study-by-study basis and use our capacity to really focus on building high quality and fast analytics. So what are the EMA's concrete next steps on standardization of the output per study design, cross regulatory bodies and cross questions? So that would be my feedback here.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that question. Certainly, we're taking diligent notes here, so we will make sure that all the input is registered here. We're now moving to Virginia Acha from Vaccines Europe. Virginia.
Hi, and thank you very much again for an excellent morning of important insights. And one of the things that, and this indeed taps a bit onto the previous question. One of the gaps that might be useful to consider for implementation is really thinking not only about what data might be needed or how those data may be best addressed, but what is the research driver that these projects or pilot studies could be applied to. So obviously at Vaccines Europe, our focus very much is caught by COVID-19 at the minute, and that is an important shared research goal that is going to be shaping these early stages of how we move to this next implementation of the recommendations. But what would be the questions to follow that? And I think there are many still that remain in the vaccines and infectious disease space, but maybe this is something that could be pulled together with HERA, the proposed agency or others, so that we don't just think about the data, but we think about the purpose to which those data are applied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very good points. And certainly acknowledging your very busy times right now in Vaccines Europe. We do appreciate it and look forward to a vaccine soon, hopefully. With that, we are actually up for the next question, question 4. What are the priorities for international collaboration and convergence? What are the priorities for international collaboration and convergence? Please take your hands down if it was for the previous question and raise your hands if you want to give input to this. We're talking international collaboration globally, so not just within Europe, but with our partners around the world. So any inspirations there? What should the priorities be for international collaboration and convergence? We have Solange. Solange, you raised your hand?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm Solange Corriel-Roux, AstraZeneca, representing FPR. First, let me thank you for the opportunity to attend, such an excellent workshop, showing that, what has been done so far and what could be done next. And of course, looking at the future and looking in particular with the question raised about international collaboration. I really welcome, the point that was made through the Big Data Task Force and Recommendation 9 as well, which is all about international collaboration. So as soon as, I'm hearing this, ICH comes to my mind. And as you probably remember, earlier this year, the topic of real-world data and registries, these topics were brought to ICH, but unfortunately, they weren't successful. So I'm just wondering, since there are a number of priorities to consider, whether, as part of engagement activities, we could consider, working together in order to foster collaboration, but also to be better at identifying what could happen next, what could be priorities to be considered at the level of ICH. And probably, we could consider forming a group where we could be, identifying our priorities and putting together all this in a reflection paper to be broached, further through ICH, so that really international collaboration can happen and achieve a number of activities, so that we can address the many priorities to be at the end of the day successful with the use of big data. So in particular, the use of real-world data and registries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solange. And we now jump to Eden, or is it Janssen? Nigel Hughes. Nigel, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Hi. Thank you. Thanks for a great meeting as well. Just very quickly, I think in terms of international convergence and collaboration, I think the critical actually was my colleague's comments, Peter Reinbeck's, around standardization, both in terms of the data, but also in terms of the analytical pipeline. I mean, let's face it, this year has clearly demonstrated, not only from a public health point of view, that we live in a very small world now. And actually convergence and collaboration between regulatory authorities think in terms of having standardized requirements, if you like, and responses for real data, real world evidence is going to have to become increasingly more evident over time as we see networks like EU, Darwin, Sentinel in the US, equivalents in Southeast Asia and China and Japan and so forth, and other initiatives, of course, like Eden, but other programs as well, all start to become interoperable between them as well. So we're going to see networks and networks, but ultimately global networks. And so many of these national borders, I mean, we're actually going to see very porous regional borders as well. So ensuring that we have a constancy and a continuity of how to approach working with real world data in relation to pharmaceuticals, medical devices, consumer, I think globally, I mean, the time has come, I think, to put aside pilots and papers and so forth. We need real action now, I think, to ensure we can do that demonstrably well and do it very effectively, particularly in situations of public health like this year, but also going forward for many other diseases which similarly are disadvantaged by having problematic access to data.
Thank you very much, Nige. Very good points. Last speaker, Marin Coban, again from Europa Bio. Marin?
And thank you very much for giving the floor to me again. I think we see the largest need in global collaboration on data standards. That is really important to bear in mind. And of course, as said before, with all the key players that already, in terms of agencies, already involved with real-world evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good point on data standards, certainly. That's something we really need to work together on across the globe. I think we now go to question number 5. Where do you see the highest need for regulatory guidance? Where do you see the highest need for regulatory guidance? Please put up your hand. We have Josie Drabwell again from IPOPI.
Perhaps it's pretty evident, but I would say development of EU authorized data collections and its use.
Thank you. Yes. And we have Lucia Dapote from UCOPE.
Yes, Lucia Dapote, I'm representing UCOPE today. So acknowledging that you have already identified a sort of roadmap for regulatory guidance in the roadmap, we have identified in UCOPE 3 specific areas for guidelines. So guidelines on how to assess the reliability and relevance of real-world data from medical claims and electronic healthcare data used to generate the real-world evidence. Guidelines on consideration for designing clinical trials that include pragmatic design elements, and also guidance on the use of real-world evidence to generate external control arms and observational study design using real-world data, including whether and how that study may be providing real-world evidence. So those are the 3 areas that we have identified.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Very good points. Sarah Roda from CPME. Sarah? No. We hop to the next one. And then Sarah, let us know if you can connect. Then we have Sonia again. Sonia Arancho.
Hello again. Thanks for letting me have a second go. So for guidance, I had 3 areas, really. The first area is something that was mentioned a few times in our session 2 today, this morning, is data access. And by that, I mean who is allowed to access what data and how. And a second area would be guidance on data quality and standardization, like Peter Reinbeck and Nige mentioned there. And thirdly, again, something that I heard this morning, and I was really pleased to hear that, is guidance by sharing and sharing of technological advances. And by that, I mean, if the EMA were to collect and share examples of good use of innovative analytics and other tech, so things that were really well applied and others could follow. I think sharing of information is also good guidance. So those were my 3 areas here.
Thank you. Very good point. And learning from good examples, always a good point. Peter, do we have any other raised hands? Otherwise, we move to question 6, right on time. Question 6, on what big data issues do you see the highest need for proactive communications with stakeholders and the general public? So we're talking about communications with stakeholders and the general public. Which big data issues do you see the highest need for proactive communications? please raise your hand, and the previous speakers take your hand down, please. Thank you. Lucia, did you want to speak again here, or is it a hand from previously? Lucia.
No, it's a hand for previously, sorry.
Okay. Nigel Hughes.
Yes, my hand is up again. Sorry. I think this is a long-running discussion, I suppose, outside of even just this particular forum, but certainly from a European context, I think a lot has to focus on talking about benefits versus risks, and understandably we're very risk averse. Everyone focuses on risks in terms of working with data and so forth. But we need to balance that debate, particularly in terms of the general public, related to benefits. And I think we need to be able to sell, what we are seeing in terms of using data already. I mean, this year alone, of course, has shown some great examples of where the right data has not been in the right place at the right time to answer the right questions. And when we've managed to rectify that, we've been able to inform at every level, whether it's a policy right down to clinical decision making for COVID-19. So there are other examples in many other disease areas as well, but we need to redress that balance, I think, in terms of getting public support, but also I think member state support across Europe as well. I say that wryly, of course, now with a British accent, unfortunately, but I think this is critically important in terms of having that balance. Importantly, going forward, I think there needs to be a proactive strategy in illustrating how EU Darwin is managing risks, but affecting benefits and what the investment, but also what the payoff is right down to the public level in terms of safety of medicine, understanding outcomes and so on. So I think that transparency is also very, very important in terms of within the European context as well.
Totally agree. The more transparent, the better. Very good points. Thank you, Nige. We go to Christian Ball from ICWE.
My point was that I think it's important to emphasize that the organizations that hold the data, particularly hospitals and other healthcare providers, need to be able to see benefit that comes back to them. One of the stakeholders that we don't have at this organization are the hospital management. And typically, certainly from my experiences, they can often be very reluctant to share data. That may be concerns about privacy, but also because they see they have to invest the resources, both people and money and technology, to make the data available. And unless they can see an immediate impact in terms of the delivery of routine healthcare, that may be dashboards, that may be simple information about how they're spending their precious resources, they're very reluctant to do it. And I think that's an area of trying to think about what does a solution look like that gives them some kind of either monetary or operational reward will mean they want to participate.
Thank you very much. And we now go to Vera Ehrenstein. Vera?
Yes, hello, everyone. Very much on the lines of the previous answer. And I had to interrupt my participation, so forgive me if you already discussed this. What about government level data custodians? I'm thinking from the point of view of Nordic countries, could there be some kind of a communication with the leaders at those data holder organization? Could there be a category of study, such as study meant for regulatory decision, for which data could be accessed in a more streamlined and maybe fast-tracked fashion? So I think the communications with the data custodians directly, and I'm very happy that representatives of the Danish Medicines Agency are here too. And I think it would be very important for us as researchers to be able to refer to regulator as somebody behind a specific study question to get timely access to data.
Thank you very much, Vera. Very good point. And certainly I know in the context of the European health data space, they're already reaching out to data holders such as the ones in the Nordic, in Denmark and FinData, so forth. Thank you. Very good point. Josie Drabwell, again, do you have a point?
I am sorry. I always have lots of questions, but this time I have a lot to say. I think this is to the general public. I think the explanation of the purpose of data gathering and its security And also, how will the rights of a person be protected and supported in the digital area? I think this is really very important to communicate. And also, is there a right to be forgotten? And obviously, we need transparency and traceability, because I think then the public will get confidence in the data collection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good points. And last speaker on this question is Christelle Ankes Traxler from AESGP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sorry. So as already shared by previous participants, data privacy is key so that patients and the general public can continue to provide data. Also, the role big data will increasingly play in decision-making process needs to be explained in lay terms so that people keep trust in science and authorities' decision-making. I think it's crucial as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christelle. And I think we move to question 7, which is a topic very much close to my heart. Where should we focus first to support the use of AI in drug development and regulation? So where should we focus first to support the use of AI in drug development and regulation? Please raise your hand and take your hand down if you have already spoken to the previous questions. Billy Amsel from UCOPE. Billy Amsel.
So thank you, Billy Amsel, Quitten Health on behalf of UCOP. I think drugs developed using AI technologies or even augmented with AI-based solutions should directly and perhaps first benefit to both patients and health systems. And therefore, I think that the real-world data use or real-world data applications of AI solutions should be the primary focus for regulatory support. And this covers basically 2 modalities as far as drug development is concerned. First, AI applications or real-world data science as part of the drug development process, for example, innovative design or augmented trial designs or pragmatic trials in federated data sources, for example, or synthetic control arms applications. And second modality, AI technologies as part of an integrated care solutions that may be developed and evaluated following a specific process, like drug augmented by algorithms, prescription algorithms, for example, or medical devices, and so on. So definitely general guidance and technical guidance for applicabilities and evaluation processes for both parts of the coin should be should benefit to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Billy. And moving on to Beatrix Friedeberg from FPIA. Beatrix?
Yeah, okay. I mean, just seconding the previous point, and to maybe look at digital endpoints in clinical trials and again collaborate internationally where there are other initiatives ongoing, for example, at CCTI and Duke University and with FDA.
Thank you very much, Beatrix. And now Virginia Acha again. Virginia?
Oh, hi, and thank you again. So I think, and not necessarily with the vaccines focus, but more generally, I think we just need to be acknowledging that AI itself is a bit of a continuum. So, some of the early steps in developing our use of AI should really begin in the more tractable areas around machine learning and where we're applying machine learning and then moving to both weak and then some far future strong AI in drug development and regulation. I also think when you're doing that, the best strategy is, as we're doing in companies, is to sort of focus on areas that we know reasonably well and that we can look at the machine learning opportunities to really build both our expertise and our confidence. And a key area of that has, and I think has been mentioned just previously, was around use in adverse events and being able to filter through. And dare I hearken again on the COVID-19 issue, but I think there's already interest in seeing how we can use that actively with such a large setting at the minute to think about how we're going to follow up on the AE in that respect. And I'm sure Peter has a lot more to say about that than I do. But it's just a simple message that let's go step by step and use the full range of AI, beginning with machine learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good point, Virginia. I certainly support that. And AI is certainly something that comes in many stages. And the basic ones are low-hanging fruits that we can interrogate, and certainly also in the area of pharmacovigilance. I think we're moving on to... We have Nigel again. Just before we move on, Nigel.
I apologise, Nikolai. Then very quickly, I just second the comments just from Virginia just now, but also reinforce maybe not as part of the first step, but ongoing step is the incorporation of explainable or transparent AI. I think particularly in relation to drug development and regulation, that will be very sorely needed, particularly if it goes on to develop into anything that's utilised in the marketplace.
Fully second that. Interrogability or explainability is a prerequisite for trust in AI-based solutions. With that, we move on to question 8. What are the barriers preventing stakeholders to use big data to support drug development, authorization, and supervisions? So what are the barriers preventing stakeholders for the use of big data? Focus on the barriers. Please take your hand down if you've already spoken, and raise your hand if you want to address this question. Marin, Coburn, do you have some input to this?
Thank you very much. I think one of the barriers really is the lack of a framework for the use of these big data. We're already still struggling with the use of real-world data in regulatory decision-making and also during drug development because we are unclear on the expectations. So guidance and more framework would be required from our end. Thank you.
And then Christelle from Ankes Traxler from AESGP again. Christelle.
Thank you very much. I think for our sector in self-care non-prescription medicines, there's indeed a lot of data, but the problem, these are not captured in pharmacy registries, for example, or electronic medical records by doctors. So there's a huge pool of data, but they're simply not captured. So from our point of view, that would be very important to address at national level. Thank you.
Josie Drabwell?
Very naughty and say, could that also be perhaps a protectionism of data in order to obviously maintain advantages over the competitors? And, I think whilst I understand that, but is there also maybe a way in which they can involve other stakeholders without compromising that innovation?
Yeah, that's a particularly good question in how to protect innovator competitive advantage while sharing data. I know it's a huge concern. Very good point. Moving on to Lucia Dapote again. Lucia?
Yes, so acknowledging also the priorities that have been highlighted by my previous colleague, I think the biggest barrier is data access. So you can have data that are available and are great quality, but if you don't have and you don't ensure data access, that is the major problem. So this is why this is an imperative for us, and ensuring data access either through direct availability of methods, tool, and data, as we have seen also in other regions, for example, sentinelinitiative.gov, that make available also those methods and tools, or through a public-private partnership that provide access to a system that would be based on Darwin for private sector entities like industry, pharmaceutical industry, or academic institution or no-profit organization. So we believe that also industry could help and provide input on how to design accessibility of data, which to us is a priority.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Patrice Vapila from FPA. Patrice? No? Then we move to Ray Pinto. Ray Pinto, please.
Yes, hi. I think some of these are going to be quite obvious. I do agree that there is an issue in regards to the access of data. I think Iona spelled out very clearly on reuse and the work that's being done in specific countries like Finland and Denmark and France, and creating data authorities. But not all these data authorities are the same, and the access to this data can be very difficult, very slow, very bureaucratic. So I think trying to have a better understanding and see where all these data authorities can be the same, so that we have less kind of fracture in the member states. And speaking about that point in regards to fracture in the member states, there has been a reinterpretation of the GDPR in the implementation of data access within the member states. Some of them have been quite difficult. I'll give an example. One of our members has said that they were in the development of treatment in COVID. There was very strict rules in a member state as to how many researchers can work on a specific data set, or trying to get data from many of the trials in the creation of a vaccine across the EU. Very few of the information was able to be returned. I think the number was out of 600 participants, only 6 was able to be accessed because of all these many different roles. And I think what would be great is, and something we advocate, is guidance, if possible, from people like the European Data Protection Board.
Thank you very much, Ray. Moving to question 9. Question 9. Do you have any suggestions on how best to engage and dialogue with stakeholders on big data beyond workshops, targeted written consultations, and the stakeholder forum? So we're having the stakeholder forum today. We've had workshops when we were at Canary Wharf and targeted written consultations. So do you have any suggestions on how best to engage beyond that? Cécile, Olivier?
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity to represent UCOP. So I think from my experience, having joined a technology company for the last 2 years, I realized that there is a big gap in skills and expertise between pharma industry and technology company, which is very much needed to work in synergetic way to address drug development challenges. And it would be extremely helpful to have regular pan-EU training programs targeted to technical and non-technical audience in order to facilitate the communication and the growth of these two worlds in a more synergetic way. And also there is another approach that we can see from the FDA side, which is about the creation of partnership with FDA on the model of collaborative research agreement with SMEs. And I'm not sure in Europe if there is the right framework or legal basis in order to allow to have this type of partnership, but that is definitely something that would be of interest to the tech communities in order to raise awareness on regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Tom Brookland. Tom Brookland? No, then we take Josie Drabwell. Josie?
Actually, it was a little bit on what one of the other people already said. I think a targeted webinar, an educational webinar on specific items that a lot of stakeholders perhaps struggle with, I think would be a very good idea, because you get a targeted audience and you can address the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. Brendan Barnes. Brendan.
I think my point was just that I think in the question it's sort of implicit that we're talking about the sort of discussion that we've been having today, which is people are very involved in the subject, and it's been a very good discussion. But I think we also, have to confront that there may be some need for outreach to the general public. Some of the narratives and discussions that go on around when data is misused play out in the general public, and if people are to understand how really large volumes of data can be used to advance healthcare, I think they probably need to be considered as well as the more sort of knowledgeable and expert stakeholders that you have in the room today.
Thank you, Brendan. Very good point and certainly very true. We'll move on to the last question, question 10, please. Development of devices and drugs are increasingly converging. How do you suggest to manage this in a European regulatory context? So as you know, we have regulatory systems for development of drugs, and we have a different set of regulatory systems in place for development of devices. And they are converging, the development. We're seeing integration of them. So how do you suggest to manage this situation in a European regulatory context? Tom Brookland? Tom? If not, then we move to Nigel Hughes. Nige?
Hi again. Sorry. Well, maybe not so much on the regulatory framework itself to a degree, but in parallel, one of the things we definitely need to avoid, I think, is creating networks of networks for different intended use. So, for instance, I would posit that a lot of shall we say, target data sources, as we heard earlier, things like hospital records and so on, but various different institutions would also obviously cater not just for pharma, pharmaceutical products, but also for devices and so forth. So whatever network they're created need to ensure that we have kind of complementarity, if you like, in terms of data sources that can cater for different requirements, whether it's devices, drugs, OTC, whatever in the future. Of course, that's even more difficult. But I think starting from the premise that there are similar evidence needs for different data sources, I think would be important, because otherwise we may end up having to create various different networks for different intended use, which is just a bad use of resources, if nothing else.
Thank you, Nige. Very good point. We move to Anja Langeneckert from FPA.
Hello, this is Anja Langeneckert from Roche on behalf of FPA. I think a topic very close to my heart and to FPA, because we are, as you said, see this converging, and what we are asking for is really more collaboration of device and drug regulators. But if we look into the future, I mean, we are seeing personalized medicine, we are seeing increasingly integrated solutions that combine medicines with devices, with software, with AI. So there's really a need for much increased collaboration so that we avoid having to do separate studies on things that could be done within one study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anja. Brendan Barnes, or maybe you forgot, then Sonia Araujo.
Thank you, Nikolai. I've got a couple of suggestions here. I think the first one would be a more practical one, and that is to digitize device use, which is something that we're seeing in other places like the US. And what I mean by that is something as simple as creating a barcode to link a device to a specific patient, and that allows better tracking and, importantly, gathering of that real-world data. So that's my kind of practical suggestion. My other suggestion is for us to kind of take a step back and really look at the whole landscape and better segment devices. I think we have a lot of different devices, like real-world data, broad church, and I think it's the same here with devices. We've got physical device, software, delivery device, so on and so forth. And kind of focusing on the software there, I think we also need to really distinguish between software as a medical device versus software applied into a medical device. So I think both the practical and the definitions will really help in managing the regulation there. And can I just say thank you again for a great day, and thank you for letting me speak 3 times. Over to you, Nikolai.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Much appreciated. I'm really having a good time as well. This is fantastic. But maybe Marin Koban, you want to finish as our last speaker?
Well, thank you very much. What honor. And I think really one of the key topics is here, as already addressed in the EMA RSS 2025, is to have these integrated review opportunities of devices and drugs. And of course, you talked today about big data. And as mentioned, my predecessor, there's a difference between medical devices and just devices capturing data. And this is a bit left outside of this. And there needs to be some conversion there as well, not just to look towards the development of medical devices such as apps and other things, and digital technology and drugs, but also just normal kind of like layman's technology. And that is not really addressed as yet, and there needs to be some kind of convergence and integrated review. That would be really helpful. Thank you. And thank you very much for a fantastic meeting.
Thank you so much, Marin. Thank you. And on that note, I think we move to Italy, to Paolo, because we are about to wrap up. And we would love to hear your viewpoint now, all of you, in a Slido. Paolo.
Hello, Nikolai. Hello, everybody. Forum 5 is the next code for 3 questions. The first question is, what is your key takeaway messages from the meeting today?
Slido.com, forum 5, hashtag forum 5. What is your key takeaway message from today's forum? It can be a phrase, it can be collaboration, there's a plan, need for collaboration, where's the money, Darwin project looks interesting, optimism, transparency, increased public trust, data, stakeholder interaction. Collaboration is still by far the biggest word, very represented here. Transparency, interoperability, standardization is the key. Good to see stakeholder involvement. Well, that's the whole purpose of today. And we still need more clarity on acceptance of real-world evidence. And this is happening. It's happening now. Get going. Fantastic. Fantastic input. I love it. Paolo, should we take the next one?
Yeah, the next question. So the next question is, how would you rate today's meeting from 1 to 5?
5 is the best?
5 is always the best.
People are very happy, it seems, balancing between 4 and 5. Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Shall we go to the next one?
Yes, please.
What topics would you like to discuss at the future events?
So for future events, which topics would you like us to address? Free text. Darwin, industry access to Darwin, true interoperability, data access, Darwin, case studies, pilots, collaboration, validation of AI for use in guiding treatments, secondary health data uses, Darwin, data access, data governance, pilots, Darwin, Darwin again, funding, real-world evidence standards, pilot design, practical examples, learning by every example, exchange of best practices. Perfect. Looking very, very good. Thank you for this input. I think we will close this very interactive session, and I will actually like to say thank you from my side and hand over to the very last speaker, who is handling our concluding remarks, my co-chair, Peter Arlett.
Thanks very much. I've just got a couple of slides to keep me on track for concluding remarks. So firstly, maybe I can start with thanks. So thanks to the colleagues that have been working tirelessly to organise today's event. I'm thinking particularly of Gosha, Paolo, Francois, Kyriatos and Yolanta from the European Medicines Agency, to all our speakers and all that have participated and all those that have listened in, as well as having WebEx. We've also been broadcasting live and we will be posting a recording of this on the web. Thanks to all that have contributed to that. This slide summarises some of the key opportunities for collaboration, and collaboration was one of the key words that came out of the Slido poll. Looking forward to 2021, what are the opportunities? The transformation to data-driven regulation starts to deliver. So in terms of Darwin, project delivery starts, and we will start in 2021 this pilot with the European Health Data Space, among other project deliverables. In terms of data quality, we will hold a workshop and you will be invited. We will also consult you more formally, and we will start to build a data quality framework. We will also consult you on a data standards strategy, and I think probably we will end up workshopping both data quality and data standards at the same time. On discoverability, we will run a consultation on metadata for real-world data, for real-world evidence. On skills, we will publish our training curricula and roll out some of those training programs. On transparency and processes, we will publish our review of real-world evidence submissions from 2018-2019, really to kick off the Learnings Initiative. So that's the retrospective bit. And we'll then have a workshop where we'll present those results and debate with you as stakeholders how we might prospectively learn from big data submissions. We'll also be publishing the learnings from the real-world evidence analytics pilot that's been going on at the PRAC. In terms of analytics capability, we will hold a workshop on artificial intelligence, and again, you will be invited. And we will start a formal pilot on individual patient data from clinical trials based on the pre-pilot that is currently ongoing at the CHMP. On expert advice, we will establish expert advice bodies on real-world evidence and advanced analytics within the European Regulatory Network. And on the key headline on ethics and security will be the publication of a question and answer by the European Regulatory Network to help stakeholders navigate secondary use of healthcare data while complying fully with data protection. We will almost certainly hold a workshop with international partners on real-world evidence collaboration. We will hold at least one more stakeholder forum like the one we've held today, and we will also hold a dedicated workshop on veterinary data and big data. That's a busy year, Nicola. I think that'll keep us out of mischief, won't it?
I think it will.
So if we go to the next slide, this is just to remind us that we've had a really rich day today. We've heard from Emma Cook, from Joanna Gligor, and from Thomas Sandrovitz, leaders of the European Regulatory Network in various forms, on how the time for data is now, how we have political mandate, legal mandate, and how we're identifying resources to deliver this transformation to data-driven medicines regulation. We've heard from patient groups acknowledging the value of big data, talking about the contribution to a common good, and the idea of co-creation. We've heard from consumers about the importance of real-world evidence and big data complementing rather than replacing more traditional forms of evidence like clinical trials, the focus on access rights rather than data ownership, the point about digital and data literacy being absolutely key. We've heard from doctors in terms of, let's be clear on terminology, definition, how we measure things. Let's ensure that we have data security right at the top of our priority list. Let's deal with the basics like broadband speed, like training. Let's make sure that funding is sustainable, so it goes beyond individual projects to sustainable benefits. And finally, let's deliver use of healthcare data, big data, into clinical practice. So predictions, simulation, risk prediction models, etc. From the pharmacists, we heard some lovely quotes, like from data to rational decision making. The big data is the starting point, not the end, was a nice statement from John. Of course, coming back to the fact that data drives evidence-based medicine. From the nursing point of view, we were reminded of the fact that data and analytics should complement the human care, should perhaps make care more efficient, more effective, but never undermine and get between the patient and their caregiver. In terms of industry, I think that the key message I got from industry was understand industry as a key voice in terms of the implementation of all of the recommendations, and also don't exclude access to industry to key data resources like Darwin. And let's see if we can learn, share and collaborate. From UCOPE, so particularly representing small and medium-sized enterprises in the industry, we heard about, again, involving industry was a key message. And let's work internationally, for example, on the standardization roadmap to see if we can at least converge and even potentially harmonize with other international regulators. For the generics industry, Medicines for Europe, we heard about repurposing as a use case for real-world data, and a very strong commitment to engage in the whole digital and big data agenda. And from AASGP, we heard about skills and collaboration on skills, as well as work on quality and representativeness being important, and a really strong call for guidance. And that didn't just come out from AASGP, but across particularly the industry stakeholders, a need for guidance to help different stakeholders up their game, I suppose, in terms of the data and in terms of the methods and in terms of perhaps transparency as well. MedTech gave a very helpful intervention, noting that a lot of health data is outside medical systems. Think of apps, etc. We can use these data to support remote healthcare, and also self-management. And access to healthcare through telemedicine, which is something that I thought was a new insight that I hadn't really thought about before. We heard about barriers to big data being legal, technical, social, and regulatory, and I think that is a useful framework for us to think about in the future. From researchers, we were reminded of the important work that NCEP has done in terms of transparency, standards, and independence, and that if we're going to build trust with all stakeholders, but particularly patients, we need to really have very strong governance in place. And also we need to focus on methodology and this distinction between data scientists, if you like, and data analytics and AI, and more causality-based, inference-based research, which is, if you like, the domain of the classic pharmacoepidemiologist. So we then moved on to a Q&A session, and I won't reiterate all of the insights that have come out, but we've had very rich feedback. Oh, sorry, I should mention academia. Sorry, I had my page turned over the wrong way. So really important feedback from academia, particularly that where academia would like and can add value by collaborating. And let's not forget learning, training, skills. Let's also not forget, let's not burden the healthcare systems and burden, therefore, those working with those healthcare systems in terms of costs. Let's find sustainable ways of getting high quality data that can be accessed for research. So I think I will not go through the Q&As, Nikolai, but I think the key message that came out for me is, yes, please, can we collaborate? Can we engage? Can we have our voices heard? And if we work together, we will achieve more. If we can just go to the very last slide, I'd like to finish with a quote. And this is a quote from the final report of the Big Data Task Force. I started with it in my presentation. By delivering the vision of a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize the safe and effective use of medicines on the market. And I think I would finish by saying, yes, we can, and we'll do it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I heard the same things you did: collaboration, communication, transparency. Those are the way forward to advance this agenda. And I want to say thank you to everyone for your input today. It's been tremendously stimulating, tremendously enlightening. And with that, I think we're about to close the meeting, but we move to Italy for that, for the final Slido question.
Nikolai, the last very complicated question. Forum 6, the code, how do you say Merry Christmas in your mother tongue?
I can start in Danish. God jul. Beautiful. I can also say Joyeux Noël and Frohe Weihnachten. Bon Natal. Wow, now it's going fast. Fantastic. This is beautiful. And even though Christmas will be slightly different for most of us this year, I know that we all share very, very good wishes for each other and for collaboration in the new year. I personally look forward to meeting all of you in person at a stakeholder meeting next year, which I trust, when vaccines have become a thing of the future, safe and effective and of high quality, have been rolled out, then we can meet again. So Merry Christmas for me, and thank you very much for an excellent meeting. Thank you.